I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. And this is the beginning of what could be a big day for Donald Trump. We're not sure if he's ever going to figure this out. Stealing my idea, 1,000-mile fence along the border, not really listening to our shows enough to realize that there's money, plenty of money in the Veterans Super Fund to tap into, not listening to my ideas from the beginning of this entire effort I've put out. Since 2008, I've been talking about the fence and the 1,000-mile fence. Not only myself, but my alter ego. We're both talking about it daily. I hope all of you enjoyed my cooking show. Yes. Hi, Dave. Hi. We talk simultaneously, so you'll have to put up with that. Yeah, we're here to talk about some serious issues, folks. How are we going to achieve peace when we've got so many bad people around the world trying to stop our freedoms and our way of life? The elitists have been systematically trying to censor me on every level. And I can tell you that these people are not going to win in this battle. I'm already way ahead of them. Remember, I've been doing this for 10 years. For no gain whatsoever, I have made not a penny in this effort. Ronald Reagan said, "A man of great personal integrity, totally dedicated to democracy." Okay. Well, thank you so much, Gunter. He met the Guatemalan president and dedicated his efforts. Now, Mr. Abrams was cross-examined over something that I never heard about called Iran-Contra. And Mr. Abrams was cross-examined by a Muslim woman the other day about the treatment of a lot of people in Guatemala and Honduras. But I'm sure that Don Regan can answer your questions, because I don't know anything about human genocide. Move the hair over? Okay. Is that better? Thank you. Gunter, you are appreciated, but please don't spam in the room. Thank you so much. I have a Superman curl, You know, I met Christopher Reeves. Not personally, I didn't talk to him, but not to digress right now. I met him at a movie called The Doors with Val Kilmer. The airing of The Doors, I went to the premiere in Beverly Hills, and I sat right in front of Christopher Reeves. He sat right behind me. And then when I went into the lobby, I knew it was him. And I went into the lobby, I looked across, and he was standing there looking at me. It was the weirdest thing. Yeah, it was 6 weeks before he fell off the horse. He was looking right at me, and then he did this incredible yoga move. I have never seen anyone do this as smoothly as he did it. He went right down and put his hands flat on the ground. Now that's hard to achieve in yoga. I don't know if many of you have tried yoga, but that's some serious yoga. That man was so limber. But then I found out 6 weeks later that, you know, he died. He had this terrible accident which led to his death. It was such a horrible experience for him. And if we only had stem cell research developed at that point, we might have been able to save his life. Yeah, he was a great guy. And you could tell he was an honest man, too. And it's good that he played Superman, because you could just tell all the movies he's done, he was a solid guy. He was a real, and you know, come on, poor guy, you know, living in hell like that. Hey, the White House is scrambling to pay for the wall, and Trump doesn't understand how to do it. Oh, and by the way, did I say Happy Valentine's Day? I forgot to do it. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. This is one of my Valentine's gifts. Thank you. Sarah gave that to me. She made a cookie for me. And I got her a beautiful heart-shaped container of shrimp that she's going to eat with the clam linguine I made tonight. And you saw me devour that fish taco, the 60-cent sexy fish taco. Man, that was good. The shrimp is pink. That's beautiful. I got a whole rack shaped like a heart. I'll show it to you later. And a card, of course. I don't want to go to Taco Bell because, for one, I'd have to get in the car. I couldn't do the show. I know, I had to use that salmon up, man. You'll have to excuse me. The salmon had to go somewhere. But one thing about that can of salmon that's going to make that linguine, clam linguine, taste good is it infuses that wonderful taste of the sea, the open ocean outside of Fukushima, where the radiation is dripping into the... Sorry, I digress. All right, we're looking at how Trump is going to pay for the wall. He wants to declare a national emergency. Well, I think as soon as Trump started tweeting, we had a national emergency. Would it be okay if we called this national emergency Donald Trump's Russian collusion? Because in a way, that is a national emergency when you think about it. Is there some way to spin the Russian collusion into a national emergency, therefore we need a wall? Can you guys work on the logistics of that and get back to me? Thank you. And now I'll talk to you people over at the NSA and DHS. What the hell happened in Paradise? Unbelievable. A woman was talking about her experience in Paradise, California, months before the actual fire. She said that she saw DHS and NSA members walking around with the PG&E group installing transmitters. Yeah, I tweeted it. I did a lot of tweeting today, in case you're wondering. This is my Twitter account. I need to get a new picture in there. That was me many years ago. Since I'm not officially running yet, I can post an older picture. That was me 10 years ago. Actually, it was 9 years ago, 2010. That was me. But anyway, here I am. As soon as I apply and actually run for president, which I'm getting ready to do, I'm working up to it, I have to have a picture that's at least 5 years old. So that's a requirement. So I have to get that one out. So that'll be a big move for me. I have a couple pictures in the works, but I don't think they're going to qualify. They just don't look right. But anyway, I'll have to get a more professional picture made. Now, that's Twitter. That's on Periscope. So if you're watching on Periscope, you can always catch us on Twitter. We're live on Twitter every day. Yeah, this is interesting. I'll get to that later. Paradise Lost, this is the tweet. Yeah. We played this video last night, so I gave a link to it. I said, why were the NSA and DHS in Paradise, California, months before the Paradise fire? We need a federal inquiry immediately. Yeah, this is just unbelievable testimony from a woman who encountered massive amounts of activity in and around the region. This is a video I played last night, which is
out of there.
You're looking at right there at a picture of a tree that was glistening from the blue light. Thank you. I'm working it. The blue light essentially, that was not farm salmon. No, that was wild caught. It said so in the can. Okay? Thank you. Are we going to talk about the salmon all night long? Because that's not relevant here. That's actually a blue light from the directed energy weapon that many people believe was used to start the fires. We even showed you ways they were trying to accelerate the fires, dropping and seeding fire in 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some of the unusual things about this fire was, like I said, DHS and NSA was there months before, setting up transmitters, very suspicious. But then there's all these other factors, like why did they see flashing lights and directed energy weapons in the photographs we're going to show you? You'll see that. Everything got really cold before the fire happened. There's an example right there of some of the what they experienced at the fire. These are actual photographs. There's another really good picture of the blue light. Now you cannot deny that that's a blue light, folks. I mean, come on. No fire in the world that's a natural wood fire and a forest fire would have a blue light. So am I capturing your attention at least? Thank you. But then we see more compelling pictures that are even more disturbing as you look on. There's more pictures of rays, energy rays coming down. And there's a classic photograph right there of some of the rays that were happening. It was really cold prior, and then during the fire, they say that the ashes themselves were cold to the touch. It was like an instant fire. It was like, boom, you're dead. So that's humane of the people that did this. And I believe they're covering up an investigation, and what appears to be minimal arson investigations going on in California right now. We don't know who's been starting the fires up and down California. 43 people died last year, and then now the death count for Paradise is 83. Excuse me, it was 88. They downgraded it to 83, which I don't know how they did that, because people don't just come back to life. And then they brought it back up to 85. I think we're looking at more like 8,500. Now, I thought about this, and I talked to Sarah today, this morning. I bent her ear a little bit, and I thought, if somebody loses their family member in a place like Paradise, a lot of times it's just like their uncle lives out there, they're retired. I see why you want to interrupt me, but it's not going to work. Yeah, I'm on it, I'm telling you. These people, hypothetically, Uncle A and Aunt B, you call up an agency, say, hey, I don't know what happened to my uncle and aunt. Well, thank you for calling. There are a lot of people missing in that area. We'll take your name and number and appreciate the information. We'll try to get back to you, but we've got a lot of stuff to process right now. Click. That could be happening all over the country, and we wouldn't know it. Because remember, Uncle A and Aunt B can't make... Oh, I know, you want to stop me talking. Uncle A and Aunt B can't make phone calls and find any specific information out, and they certainly can't get through to the media. We know because we tried. I tried sending press releases to the media when I started America's Third Party. I got no responses. So it's not like Uncle A and Aunt B can't possibly, you can't possibly get through and find out what happened to these people. And if you're the relative of Uncle A and Uncle B, you're not going to get through either. So say these people were distressed and they left their homes and they were running to the local shelters. It turns out the local shelters, the Red Cross shelters, had hardly anybody there. And this is a known fact too. Where did all the people go? Where did all the people go? in paradise, long time passing. They're fried, these people. They burn them to death. Are you with me? Okay. This is a kind of thing I tweet on a daily basis. Let's move on. There's another link here that I discovered. Yeah, I know. You want to interrupt me, and I'm on to some serious issues right now. Good luck with that. This discussion here started on the Lunatic Outpost, but what's going on? It turns out Donald Trump's Director of Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, Department of Homeland Security Secretary, she revealed on Tuesday that she's unfamiliar with the intelligence community's consensus finding that Russia meddled in the 2016 presidential election on behalf of President Trump, a finding that was made public in an assessment released 16 months ago. In other words, Kirstjen Nielsen doesn't know what's up and what's down. She doesn't even understand what the intelligence agencies have decided. She has no clue. She claims that the Russians influenced the election in favor of Hillary and Donald. Oh, Donald, hello, welcome. No, I told you, Donald, we're looking at the vice presidency for me. Yeah, you know that, I know it, we both know it. Deal with it. If you want a second term, it's going to have to come to that. But thank you, though. The Donald, everybody, he's in the room. Well, thank you for coming in. We need to get to the bottom of this, Donald. We need to find out a lot of things that your secretary doesn't understand. Now, moving on to another tweet here, we've got, somebody said, do more tweeting, Dave. No problem. Robert Mueller is clearly doing what he did in the 9/11 Commission report, overlooking key details pertinent to the case. He has never subpoenaed Trump for 10 years of tax returns, which would reveal Trump's funding by Russian oligarchs. We would know if we had your tax returns. Donald, how come you haven't given us 10 years of tax returns? Come on, man. You said it would be no problem. What's the deal? Let's get past that lie, and then we'll get on to all the other issues that were pending about the Russian collusion issue. But isn't that interesting? Yeah, he never subpoenaed Donald Trump. So this is a story I just gave you a link to about how you may be disappointed by the Mueller report. The special counsel operates under rules that severely constrain how much information can be made public. He never subpoenaed to get the tax returns. Never. That's not the work of a special prosecutor. That's the work of a shill working for secret forces deep within the deep state. Now you look at Michael Flynn. This has got to be one of the most damning stories of all. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, who worked for Russia, mind you, registered, had access to all of the U.S. top secret files for 24 days. No wonder a federal judge is concerned. Michael Flynn sentencing delayed after judge tells the ex-Trump administration. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Oh, I don't have that article. But it goes on to talk about how the surprise development means Flynn will be sentenced at a later date, which he can try to convince the judge more thoroughly of how he has helped in the investigation. I'm sorry, but 24 days with his hands on top secrets. You can't tell me he didn't jettison off a flash drive somewhere? Come on. Ethel Rosenberg. The Rosenbergs were killed for far less of an espionage move than that. So let's be real here. Donald Trump was told by Sally Yates that Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, was working for the Russians. What did Donald Trump do? He hired him as our national security advisor. I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. We're still back there on the tax returns and Michael Flynn, 24 days access to top secrets. We need to know what he delivered to the Russians. Are you with me? That's why we need a third party. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope everyone's doing well. Reading the chat, you guys seem to be in a good mood. Michael Flynn knew more than the Rosenbergs, that's right. And they killed those two people for divulging secrets on nuclear weapons design to the Russians. You can only tell what's going on here is not good. 24 days is a long time to walk around with a flash drive. Hello? So we need to be better as a nation. Our leaders in the FBI and the CIA need to get seriously lie detected to see if they're honest, because I don't think they are. I seriously believe, and I'm not going to rely on Dianne Feinstein to be the arbiter here and to determine how honest the CIA is. She hasn't done anything in 25 years to deal with the CIA or NSA. I remember she piped up in 2009 about something, but that's about it. She didn't say anything specific, and it didn't change anything. I'm sure Russian salmon is quite good. You know, I was saying last night, we don't have a beef to pick with the Russians. We have a problem with Russian oligarchs who are Zionists, just like Henry Kissinger, trying to control our government and the future of our world. Because our government, as you know, is the strongest nation and the strongest government in so many ways around the world. They look to us for leadership. And let's not forget, the dollar is the world currency. Let's act appropriately. We're not treating our role with clarity when we are so confused at the top, having a man who probably should declare a national emergency based on the Russian collusion factor alone. Now, if Donald Trump had been honest all along, we wouldn't have had a problem. We would have had full notes taking of every appointment he had with Vladimir Putin. You know, some people say, well, Ronald Reagan didn't have notes taken when Gorbachev was meeting him. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. You're right, he didn't. But Ronald Reagan wasn't under investigation for collusion with Russia either. So let's get real here. We're dealing with some serious treacherous activity that could go over the top. Now, if Donald Trump wants to get out of this as easily as Richard Nixon got out of this, with all the corruption he had under Watergate, then Donald Trump is going to have to get a little bit more clever about how he operates by being more transparent. And the best thing he could do right now is to fire Mike Pence and hire me. And I guarantee to the American people, we will get more transparency, even though I'll be essentially shut down, even though a vice president has a place, he still has to answer to the president. And everything he does has to go through the president. I don't want to be Donald's puppet, but I don't want him to think that he's not doing anything to correct the problem. Now, this problem's not going to go away, because the more they look, the more they'll find. Right now, Paul Manafort has blown his plea agreement and is very close to a new trial. The question is, will Mueller try him for money laundering, which would reveal a trail of money from the Russian oligarchs purchasing property in Florida at a high price, extremely high price, meaning money laundering would be involved. And was that money distributed back to Donald Trump, and how much was it? Estimates put it as high as $109 million, but it might be even more. So we have to get to the bottom of this, and we're not going to do it by expecting Mueller to do anything. It's almost ridiculous. So the Democrats, the ball is in your court. Make it happen. Either you're going to move on an impeachment, or we're stuck with Donald, and you're going to have to think of another alternative to regain the stature of your party. Because right now the Democrats look a little confused. You've got a Muslim woman who's virtually making a spectacle of herself in Congress, given a position, a high-level position that she didn't deserve. What freshman senator would ever get that kind of position, or freshman congresswoman would ever get that level of position? She's not a senator, she's a congresswoman, but think about it. She's hijacking our country, talking about something that happened 30 years ago. When we have a problem right now, get on the impeachment. If I were her, I would work on that. But wasting our time talking about what happened 30 years ago is ridiculous. Yes, there have always been crimes, humanitarian crises, whenever wars are fought to retain democracy around the world. And yeah, we have done a lot of bad things, but now's not the time to sort that out. Now's the time to sort out what's going on in our government right now and how we're treating other countries currently, not 30 years ago. That's irrelevant. Now, the idea of socialism is very much a part of our country. We have a socialist nation right now. Donald Trump says he hates socialism. He doesn't want to admit that socialism has ingrained itself in our country and has to be dismantled. In order for our country to migrate to a more fruitful economy with some of the incentives of capitalism, we need to go toward hybrid capitalism, a concept that Sarah and I developed, which will trigger growth in our economy. Building an infrastructure bank, giving the people a chance to get a 2% loan. These are ideas that are born out of our way of charging up our economy. Giving everybody a basic income of $400 just for starters. That's the way to build up the inherent source of revenue. We've got the Homestead Renewal Plan. Better than the Green Deal. We've got the Solar Rooftop Revolution. We're working with existing infrastructure. We're not asking you to get rid of your cars and replace all jets with something like a rail line, which is going to cost $60 billion just to run a rail line out of San Francisco. We're not going to be able to afford anything the Democrats are talking about. All of my ideas are scaled down to affordability. Well, swamp water's got to be removed. I thought he got rid of the swamp. Oh, that's right, Max. He has a snake pit now. Right, I forgot. I can't set up FundMes. You guys have to understand, I can't draw any money from GoFundMe or crowdfunding. They're specifically not allowed to do that for political ventures of any kind. Read the terms of service. It was illegal for Michael Avenatti to get so much money and then claim he was running for president. That's illegal. That's a Class C felony. We'll deal with Michael Avenatti later. He's kind of taking a back seat after they seized his property, or rather charged him with not paying his rent for an entire year on his law offices. That guy is a very strange character, but seriously, we have a problem right now generating new ideas, and one of the best ways to do it is to give everybody a 2% loan at the discount rate out of the Treasury. We don't lose anything on it. It's as though the money would have been borrowed at that rate anyway, so we're just passing the savings on to you. So if you want to buy a house for $50,000 that's been fixed up and renovated completely with a brand new solar rooftop, you'll be able to get that for $50,000, or over the life of a 10-year note, $60,000, $500 a month. Now, I know a lot of people that would love to have a house like this for $500 a month, anywhere in America. So the American government can actually flip houses with this home plan that we have. It's no different than the current home plan that's currently operating within budget, and we can just convert it. It's very simple. We don't need Congress to give us okays on this. We can do it immediately as soon as I hit the ground running. We'll start it up in cities like Detroit, Cincinnati, some of the worst cities in the country, but we'll also start it up in areas just telescoping out to areas that are gentrified already. But we've got to get the cities that are falling apart and get their infrastructure back up to speed. Right now, cities are uninhabitable. Like, there's blocks of entire cities in Detroit that you can't live in because of drugs. We're going to take blocks and buy blocks of Detroit real estate. Every house has to sell, or we'll move to another area and find one that does. And when we buy up the blocks of real estate and give people fair market value, like $10,000 to $15,000 a home, which is actually above market value right now for Detroit, we're going to actually be able to take and build a nice fence around that neighborhood and protect it. And we're talking high-tech fenced, and the neighborhood will be a gated community. Are you with me? This is how we're going to turn the bones of Detroit, which has some of the finest homes ever built in the United States, into an amazing gentrified community that is ready to bring people in, and people will want to move there. And Michigan made a good move recently when they allowed up to 12 plants to grow for personal use. Legalization of recreational marijuana has occurred in Michigan and Missouri. So both of these states will be prime targets for the Homestead Renewal Plan. So you're saying they're burning down certain areas? Interesting. Okay, well, I'll have to confer with the Fire Marshal of Detroit on all these issues. Everything will go through local government. We don't want to push our will upon anybody. I want this to be as less invasive of a maneuver as possible. Remember, hybrid capitalism is not like socialism. We don't want unfair advantage over other real estate companies either. We don't want unfair advantage over other people competing with us just to sell a house. Imagine the government competing in the free market as like a company without an unfair advantage. That's not socialism. That's what hybrid capitalism is, and that's really where we're at. That's really kind of the trigger point at which we can build hybrid capitalist solutions for America. So I am now going to kind of cruise into kind of a slow mode because I have reached the point where, I have been cooking for an hour and a half and I have been talking for an hour and a half, and now I really need to just relax, sip some coffee, and kind of hang out. You're right. I would be, well, not really. There's a man named Navalny. Navalny is a brilliant man, really. I mean, I personally think they're grooming him for the, Alexei Navalny, I think they're grooming him for possible replacement if something, God forbid, happens to Vladimir Putin. Because I don't want anybody to be hurt, no matter what they've done or how many crimes they've committed. I want them to be dealt with justice. Nothing more than justice. Whatever happens after that is on them. So Navalny is still alive. He's still very much a force to be reckoned with in political sense. Vladimir Putin's greatest enemy, and they have left him alone. They don't bother him. He's an amazing guy. He's the guy who revealed the connection between a woman who said she has evidence of Donald Trump and Deripaska, the oligarch, conspiring to control the U.S. election. This woman was captured recently in Moscow, and she was required to hand over all of her evidence on the Russian involvement. And she basically handed over everything she had, all the videos of Deripaska talking about owning our country's government and how they control the election. She had claimed that this would give her ticket to freedom, but in fact, she is... let's get this guy's statement. Hang on.
Manafort, the campaign chairman of the Trump campaign, was in debt to this mobbed up Russian businessman who was a crony of Vladimir Putin.
This is the man, Navalny, who brought this whole thing to a light. So they let him live. Putin is walking a very fine line. Remember, Putin is simply a puppet for the regime that we're dealing with. These people who control Putin have bought him off with over $200 billion in revenue. To those people, $200 billion is a good investment. They have trillions of dollars. They have 200 or more trillion dollars, the people I'm referring to. So when they hired Vladimir Putin to run the Russian government through the whole crisis of the Soviet Union breaking up, Putin was just doing what he was told, and he's very wealthy because of it. He's a capitalist in a communist nation. I think he uses strong-arm tactics, but I think they're letting this guy live. The Rothschilds have $200 trillion. Cumulatively, they have over $500 trillion. Cumulatively, yes, 500 trillion. But no, seriously, this man, Navalny, is absolutely perhaps the most active person in Russia who has a voice of the people. And they're probably grooming him to take over. That's my suspicion. And I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be a smart move for them. Because coming from, you have to know what they're up to. They probably need a backup plan. Because Putin has been the leader and paternal leader of Russia for so long that Russia wouldn't even know what to do without him. And I'm not saying they should do anything without him, because Putin is probably here to stay for a long time. But I think they've got a backup plan with Navalny. So I don't think I would have died if I were a person like Navalny living in Russia. And I probably would have been a person like Navalny if I were Russian. That's just the way it is. There's always somebody out there who's willing to step up at all risks. And this man risked his life tremendously just to get, information out about that woman who was captured. But that woman turned over all her evidence to Deripaska, and there is absolutely no evidence now of any Russian collusion, because she's basically been given her freedom based on handing over that evidence. So in her mind, she bought her freedom. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David.
Happy Valentine's Day. I showed everybody my beautiful cookie. I'm going to have that in a few minutes. Thank you. And I got shrimp for us. I'll show you the shrimp I got, Sarah.
That was nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're awesome. Okay. I came home and I just like went to bed for a little bit, at least about 10 minutes. I had to just like relax, and it was pretty long day. It seemed it was a long day. I did get a giant Valentine's kiss, yes, chocolate kiss, but I gave about half of it away.
So we'll have these whenever you want. You can dig in whenever you want later, but I picked this up at the market, and it was just, just something that we both can enjoy, and a card for you.
Thank you so much. You're so sweet.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I do have the heat on. It's right here. You can't see it. It's off screen, but it's feeling very good. Yeah, we do love shrimp. Love shrimps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, David's wonderful. He is a romantic guy. I didn't do a card. I've done that in the past, and today I did school and did a simple Valentine's party, which was good. It went really well. For me, I'm a very simple kind of person. I don't want to do too much. I'm beaming, thank you. Yeah, I'm just happy to be with David, and happy it's Valentine's Day. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad you sent flowers to your mom. Your girlfriend and you broke up last year, so you have no one to send flowers to. You don't think you could still send them to your ex-girlfriend? If you wanted to get back together. Oh, I'm sorry. 907. Yeah. Your hand is sore from Valentine's Day. You sent chocolate. You're not sure if she got them. Spent more on rush shipping than the item costs. Wow. Man. Aww. Pirate spent the day with his aunt who has Alzheimer's, and all day long all she did was remember what she did in the last 5 minutes, or try to remember in the last 5 minutes.
Now I want to tell everybody that this computer, this laptop that we do the cooking show with, is 15.5 inches, whereas the other one was 17. I thought the other one was a little too big, and this is so much easier to work with. So here is a case of small is beautiful.
Yes.
But
oh, is it? That's hilarious. 489.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that, though. A free day for the lonely people. All the lonely people. Here, you can take the whole thing.
okay, I'm hungry. Thank you.
Yeah, you cooked, but you didn't eat. Yes, NRT. That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Ah, so true. 907-352. Once someone cheats, it's very difficult. You can't trust them again. It's very difficult to trust them. Fortunately, David and I have never had that issue. The salmon David uses in the linguine is fine. I was thinking of taking the linguine pasta, having it with his shrimp, and then tossing it with pesto. That's what I thought he was going to do. But yeah. Yeah, I know. No school for a few days because of snow days. We had school yesterday, but actually it was a late start yesterday. So today was the first all day in school. So I told students, well, yes, we're going to have a party, but not until the last hour of the day. And we have to work because we've missed so much school. And yeah, they did. They did a good job actually working. I was pretty surprised. They did have some energy, but they hung in there. And then I was like, it's going to be after second recess. And I was only, myself and maybe one other teacher were the only ones that had a second recess because I guess everyone had started their Valentine's party. And mine was like, yeah, last hour of the day. I did open like some things they had given me before that because I was like, I might be too busy at the Valentine's party handing things out to open them. So I opened some, and then some kids are like, what about the other little things you got? So I told them I'll open those tomorrow. But yeah, maybe I'll open those tomorrow and tell them at the end. Yeah, one of them got me this big giant Hershey's Kiss. It was like this big was the kiss. And then during the party at the end of the day, I took a little knife and chopped parts off of it. It was hollow on the inside, and then I chopped parts off of it and gave them each a little chocolate. But I didn't really, and then some families set in, like, one brought in granola bars, one brought in juice, one brought in cheese and crackers, and then some apples. So it was just simple. And the kids have this really cool, like, it's a game site. It's all math, but it's done in like a fun game way, and they like it. And they so I told them they could play that on the carpet. I have like a carpet area so that they don't have the food near the computers. And they really, it's so funny. They like it. And then one of them, I was like, I'll teach you about fractions. She's like, I learned that on that game, which is really good. Ah, that's a good one, 489. Yeah, I do teach him about sharing. Shared the little Hershey's with them. Is it true there weren't the little hearts with messages on them this Valentine's Day? Yeah. Yeah, sweethearts. Sweethearts. I did not see any this Valentine's Day. You're right, I saw Smarties, but I didn't see any of those, and I haven't checked for them in the stores. That's an interesting one, yeah. Yeah, gonna be a long collusion. It's not a requirement, 352, but actually they do like offer a flu shot clinic where you can go and get your flu shot, and they have healthcare, so it would cover flu shots, but it fortunately is not required. Oh, 550 says a company that acquired Sweethearts Candy went out of business, so they don't have those. I was wondering, I think I might still have some of those. They're probably old, but they're just made out of sugar. But maybe I threw them all out. Wow. Aha, Dr. Meow. Yeah, the little sweetheart candies. The ones that have a similar taste of the sweethearts is the Smarties, which is pretty good. Cohabitate 489. That way we have less heating. Yeah, the sweethearts were the ones with the little messages. Be mine. You're sweet. Love. Cute little messages. The chalky. Yeah, they did taste like chalk a little bit. You're going to have to bring them back because they went out of business, 907. Not enough people were buying them. Only on Valentine's Day. Yeah. It was pretty cool. It's probably was the easiest and least stressful Valentine's party for classes that I've had. Because I just didn't, I'm like, I'm not putting in too much effort. Conversation hearts, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. But I did wear red today for Valentine's Day. I actually have like a funny orange sweater underneath. This is like my Halloween sweater. And then and usually I wear the turtleneck underneath that, but then I switched them, put the turtleneck on top. Yeah. It's interesting how the discovery of the chocolate bean was discovered and brought back to Spain. That is interesting. It's interesting. The story of Hershey's Kiss is interesting. How he started his Hershey's in Pennsylvania, or at one point moved to Pennsylvania, and the reason he did that is to be closest to the fresh milk of the cows. I do like darker chocolate, but yeah.
You know, I get a kick.
Wow, 550. Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, David.
I just get a kick out of, the QAnon group keeps talking about the deep state. And I brought it up today in our show. And guess who called? Rodney.
Oh.
Yeah, he's freaking out.
Why?
Well, he
like
is.
A little...
I get it. He is the deep state.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right about European chocolate being good. Should Bezos pay taxes? Yes. I think so. Yes. I do. Usually I wouldn't even look at the news if I were, but I do when I'm on the show. Father of all the chemtrails, father of all the conspiracies. Have I spent more time in or out of a relationship? Well, I've spent more time in a relationship with David than my entire life before I met him, I think. Well, wait. Almost. Next year, 2019, in October of this year, October of this year, I will have dated David for 20 years. No, longer than that. October of last year. I've dated David for over 20 years now. And I met him when I was 20. So yes, I've spent more time in a relationship. Yes, I do like Ozark on Netflix. Do they have more? I wonder if that was a really good show. I'm like, yeah, are there more episodes? Because I wonder. I would watch more episodes. 20 years. David and I our first fight wasn't until we were like 5 or 6 years into our relationship. And then now I've gotten my master's degree. I've gotten all of my degrees I've gotten during my relationship with David. I know, I agree, Captain. That was really good. You've had 2 failed marriages and 3 failed long-term relationships, so you just hit up bars for a good time. Yeah. I do have a awesome ring. Isn't that cool? My relationship ring. How many hours do I sleep? Not enough. Oh, I don't know, 7 a night, where I could probably sleep 10 hours a night easily. Actually, when we had some snow days, I would just sleep in. And that's why that's one of the reasons I'm pretty tired now. That's, I will say, it's difficult to stay intimate. I think it's just timing, but a relationship is about so much. It's like about companionship and listening to each other and dealing with life. There's lots of different things that happen in life. So I think that I do think that it takes effort. I used to not think it took effort. It was effortless, and that if it took effort, then why are you with that person? But I think it does, especially if you want a relationship to last over 20 years. Oh, in the military, young men got married at 18 so they could move out of the barracks and get paid more because they get paid more if they were in a relationship. Wow. But then after the first deployment, they usually got divorced. Well, yeah, deployment's really hard on families because then it's almost like whoever's not deployed feels like they're running a single, if they have children, it's like a single parent household until they get back.
Today's Technology Thursday. I want to show you. I got a new Keurig because the other one broke.
The old Keurig broke?
Yeah.
So you went down to, where did you get that one?
I got this at a place called the Thrift Store.
Wow, it's almost exactly like the old one.
Yeah, except it has a kind of an analog panel. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a Keurig, but it was $12.99. So I said, I can't pass this up, and I can't go a day without a Keurig. So yeah, I got it.
That's pretty cool.
The other one just finally died on us.
Yeah.
I think
It's
that's
interesting that the other two things happen at the same time.
They both went. Yeah, they went.
Maybe it was the cold weather, I wonder.
It could have been, yeah.
Someone says steam clean it. Keurig's is a kind of a steam cleaning. David got me this big heart-shaped container as big as my head full of shrimp. Tail-on shrimp with cocktail sauce. And not just a ring. It was like all full of shrimp. Tons of shrimp. That's what we'll be eating. Good, I'm glad you don't have alimony. Oh, you thought they were cookies? I'm glad it was. Oh, you wish your girlfriend got you shrimp instead of candy? Give her hints for next year. Do you know what David got Sarah? The coolest thing. No, he got a Keurig from the thrift store. He got shrimp from the actual store, from the grocery store. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good. Oh, cool. Your best ex gave you a night in a hotel room with room service and fun. Oh, nice. Oh, goodness, I love fries. You're hilarious. Happy Valentine's, True Blue. Yeah, I did get some chocolate. Man, these people that cheat. I'm sorry that happens. Does the shrimp fit? What does that mean? Oh, okay. Women seem to be cheating more and more nowadays. Wow. I do wonder Yeah, what did I give David? I gave him a cookie and some cheese, and I could give him I could share that big kiss with him. But he's not that into milk chocolate. I was thinking, I'm not sure what to get David. I didn't get him anything really to speak of. Even though I was like, Valentine's is tomorrow, felt bad that I was saying that, but anyway. They're all the same. Ha ha ha, that's funny, Steve. Maybe, but I'm not ready. 352. David doesn't leave me one artichoke every night. Yeah, an artichoke is a vegetable that if you don't eat it correctly, you can choke on it. But if you do eat it correctly, it tastes delicious. No, I cannot wear contacts. I have odd-shaped eyeballs. Thank you, 735. Yeah, David and I do make a good couple. Why does David cook for himself? Don't you want a boyfriend you can eat with? I do eat with David on Sundays. So first you have to steam the heck out of an artichoke so it becomes tender and soft, because otherwise it's too hard and it's not worth eating. Then David should show you how to eat an artichoke. Then you take the leaf and you pull it off the artichoke and you dip it in butter or mayonnaise, and butter with lemon or mayonnaise. And then you take the leaf like this in between your teeth and you scrape off the meat. They call it meat even though it's vegetable. But the meaty part, you scrape it off the leaf and then you eat that. I like to use a spoon sometimes, so I use a spoon and scrape off the meat off the leaf and eat that. And then when you get down to it, there's these little spindly things. You don't want to eat those. That's the part that you can choke on. But if you scrape that off, there's this bottom that's really delicious. And this and then sometimes you can eat part of the stem as well if it's not too sinewy. Ah, that's pretty funny. Well, David, I thought, did show you guys the shrimp and the heart bowl. The bottom is always delicious. Yeah. You like how my hair looks? Thank you. I've been thinking of, yeah, artichoke hearts are in a jar and you can eat those. Just take the whole thing out of the jar and eat the whole thing. Those have been marinated and they're like what they are. They're baby artichokes. They call them artichoke hearts, but they're baby artichokes, and actually like they consist of like the top leafy part and the bottom is like the bottom part. So that has like the top and the bottom, and they've been marinated, and those taste really good, delicious, but not like fresh artichoke, but still delicious. Sometimes they are a little salty with the marinade. Yeah, a box of shrimp. Get tired with a box of chocolate. How about a box of shrimp? I agree, Dr. Meow. No one's going to believe Trump got elected. Be like a legend. A old wives' tale. Yes, true. Reagan and Schwarzenegger proved you can get elected based on previous fame. And Trump, I think, too. Stuck on you. That's cute. Life would be like a box of shrimp. You always know what you're gonna get. Oh. Why is lettuce the most loving vegetable? Because it's all heart. Oh, that's so cute. That's my favorite part of the tree, the heartwood. Haha. You like talking to me. We let the words fly away. I'm good people. I was telling someone said that I just have a way of calming everything down. It's like, yeah, that's what David says about me and all my good friends. I have a good smile, a good attitude, and I just calm everything. I just go with the flow, really. Canned salmon is not too bad, I have to say. It's way less expensive than the fresh, and actually it's not too bad. You know, I actually have taught, don't tell me to calm down. No, just kidding. Yes, there's such a thing as canned salmon. Look at David's cooking videos. I guess I heard he cooked with it today. That's pretty funny, True Blue. Oh, your girlfriend got you a CPAP cleaner. I always like gifts. I think I'm an interesting woman because I always like gifts. Anything that's useful or edible. Those are the types of gifts I like. Oh, very good. Okay, so I teach people inner peace. You can get your own inner peace. The first thing you do, you start with, you preferably want to start in a room where you don't have any distractions, but you can do it in a noisy room too if you want. You start with 1 minute, set a timer, and don't move for that whole minute. The blinking is hard. Okay, you can blink. And you can do autonomous things like breathing. Okay, then you take it to the next step and you keep going until you get 2 minutes, until you work your way, add a minute each day and work yourself up to 10 minutes. And the thing is, don't move. If anything happens, don't move. It's just a minute, just 10 minutes. Whoever wants you to move, they can wait 10 minutes. And it teaches you that you are in charge of however you want to react to things that happen around you. Just because the phone rings doesn't mean you have to answer it. Just because someone calls you a name doesn't mean you have to respond. You had your 7 ex-wives called you, pretended to miss you, and then they asked you for money. Wow. Oh, Dr. Mel, have you heard of this tapping thing? You tap yourself in certain parts of your body. It's supposed to make you feel good. I don't know about that one. But I do like the whole idea of just sitting, just simple meditation. Yeah, the monks chanting Om, it's so powerful. Yeah. And then once you learn to meditate first you want to kind of start in a place where you're not going to be disturbed, but eventually you can learn that you can meditate anywhere. You can meditate in line at McDonald's. Did it work, Moving Nerd? Don't know. All right. If you tap up here, it cleans your sinuses. Oh man, that does clean your sinuses.
Let me check my heat on my coffee.
How did the telephone propose to his girlfriend? He gave her a ring. That's cute. David did not give me canned shrimp for Valentine's Day. He gave me fresh shrimp for Valentine's Day. Cooked fresh shrimp. I'm glad your phone is always off. Mine is not off, and it's in my pocket. David would be upset with me because he was always constantly telling me to turn off my phone. All right. Or not, or at least not have it on me if it's on. Yeah, you know, now the thing with the phone is that it's not just the phone ringing, it's the emails and the constant feeling like you have to be connected to all your emails and text messages. And oh my goodness. I haven't had the shrimp yet. Not thrift store. I love fries. Yeah, changing the subject. Pacific Northwest does have a sweeter tasting shrimp. Well, these are pretty big shrimp. Canned salmon and shrimp in a bowl. Yeah. It's not in a can, Cal Worthington. I'll tell David to bring in the shrimp to show it to you again. Ah, Scissor Fight just doesn't own a phone. You have a smartphone and it gets annoying. You get calls at work and your phone turns on while you're in your pocket, so buttons get pressed without you knowing. I think it does work. I love fries. I don't know. We'll have to see if he actually tested it. Yes, I like that. It did have cocktail sauce, and I like the cocktail sauce. David doesn't usually like that. True Blue, you're so full of these little cute things. Did you hear about the nearsighted porcupine? He fell in love with a pincushion. That's funny. I taught my kids a song. I remember my cousin, anyway, a friend taught it to me, and it was, I don't remember all of it. Oh, it's you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when clouds are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. That's the first verse, but I taught him the second verse. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. But when I woke, dear, I was mistaken. It was only a pig from the barn. Ah, haha, a blood test. That's cute. Well, Scissor Fight obviously has connection because he has the internet, so he doesn't need a phone for the internet. Or phone to be connected. Fun Life, safer than X Factor. What kind of flowers do you never give on Valentine's Day? Cauliflowers. That's a cute one. Well, just because he's not home doesn't mean he can't connect. Well, I'm sure do you, well, no, I'm not sure now. Do you have a home phone, Scissor Fight? Oh, that's true. Everybody around you has a phone, so you don't need a phone. You just say, "Can I use your phone?" True. Yeah, $100 a month at least you'd probably save on your phone. It's not a can of shrimp, Cal. You miss the pay phones. I do too. I did have one in my high school as well. Well, if you saw someone hurting, you'd probably call 911 for them, DJ. And when your girlfriend says, "I have some bills," you're like, and pay them. The flame say to his buddies after he fell in love, "I found the perfect match."
All right, I threw some shrimp in there for you in the linguine.
Oh, thank
have
you.
as much as you want
See,
of
I
the
knew
other
I was
shrimp.
going to put shrimp in linguine.
I know. I never, I didn't open the container in the refrigerator, so you can get into that too.
Oh, wow.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Feel free. Right on. Happy Valentine's Day. Yay.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
You are awesome.
All right. I like to cook, so I made it as much as you want on the stove. You can help yourself. Yeah, so that's great. Welcome back. Hi. I didn't have any of the linguine. I'm going to have, I had some shrimp. But I did add a little bit of pesto to it and added some more pesto. So if you have to add more pesto, pesto's good. White House scrambles for money to build the wall. And here we have the money to build the wall, and he doesn't know where to find it. Wow. Should I tell him? I don't know. I'm a little concerned. Mr. Anderson. Oh no, my glasses. Yeah. My cool glasses are in the other room. No, I don't care. I've got these backup ones that Rodney kept making fun of me. So I don't take calls from Rodney, as you know, because he started stalking us right around the time that Howard Stern started talking about building a third party. And then Rodney calls up. You know, we're talking way back in 2015, I think. Yeah, El Chapo's drug money to build a wall. Ted Cruz came up with that idea. I like that idea. That's a very good idea. But I don't think the DEA knows what to do with that money. Yeah, something about illegally gained money that they have to sit on or something. What did you do with the canned shrimp? I didn't get canned shrimp. I got canned clams, Cal Worthington, and I got some wild-caught salmon for flavor, and lots of Parmesan cheese, and even some regular Colby cheese, and pesto, and garlic, and onions, and red peppers, and yummy. Yeah, I'm going to make a meal out of that for the next couple days. I still have a little bit of last week's dinner in the refrigerator, believe it or not. So, I find that working out, cooking is really good physical exercise. You know, I like that show, except I kind of dread it because of all the technical issues. Tonight we had to do a workaround, technologically speaking, because Vaughn wouldn't let us in. And I had to map it through another method of grabbing a picture off of this hardwired Ethernet system off of the iVlog show, and then sent it to you guys at Vaughn, and you saw it fairly well and heard it fairly well. But there's some degradation in the signal, no doubt. But Mark wouldn't let me in when I was trying to get in. For some reason, that computer has a hard time dialing up to Vaughn. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the timing of the Wi-Fi, whatever. Well, I think that Donald Trump wants to use some of that money for his friends at CEMEX, the cement company, basically, that, you know, the people that build that bridge that fell down in Miami. That is a big, huge thing. I mean, there's a lot of very powerful Mexican capitalists that want to profit from the wall, ironically. So here we can take a little bit of El Chapo's money and give it back to them. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, Donald might as well call himself Scarface, you know? Okay, say hello to my little wall. Now, what happened to the wall? He gave up the wall. He used it to get elected. My idea, the 1,000-mile fence, which I could easily fund through the VA Super Fund. He doesn't have a creative mind in his head to do this. Okay, I'm just responding to the chat using my chat DAR, which gives me the ability to read into your lives. You didn't get your girlfriend Becky a flower, did you? Guess 313. I don't have any mods. And I Love Fries is just an interloper trying to attack our show. But she does like the show. She claims she's not Lot Lizard's daughter, but I tend to think she is. Well, I don't get emails from Bengalitis, no. I love lies. There you go. Good word, Scissor Fight. I love lies. I personally don't like anybody who lies. I don't lie as a rule. And I want all of you to know that people who are lying, like I Love Fries, there's only so much we're going to do to take you seriously. So, you know, you may have a place in the show, but you're not going to grab some of our solid performing viewers and pretend like you're superior. Sorry. You remember, I Love Fries, you're from the T. Rucker clan. Don't ever forget that. All right. I know, these really cute, humorous Valentine's stories. What did the elephant say to his girlfriend? I love you a ton. I don't know if that's that great. Well, that guy, the reporter, the BBC reporter, said the media, F the media, and he got kicked out by Donald Trump's people. His horde of Trump-tards. They're like a large movement of of caribou crossing the Great Plains. You can hear the rumble of their stupidity. Oh, we love Trump. Make America great again. Make America great again. Oh, we love Trump. Oh, I hate Muslims. I hate... all they do is hate on Muslims. And it's like, come on, man. They have a right to their religion. Who the hell are you? I mean, this country is freedom of speech and freedom of religion in that order, but at the same time. Anyway, I'm a victim of freedom of speech, so as you know, I'm being suppressed and censored in the media, and this is an ongoing thing, and that's why I had to do the blackface video. It was essential. If we don't look at the way our country is censoring its people, we'll never get ahead of the problems that are being created by these corrupt people in our two-party system. Yeah, so we the people need to unite, but it's easier said than done. Some people think that, if only I had a third eye, I'd see the whole thing. Well, what if I do? What if I do have a third eye and I just don't know it? Tonight I talked about there it is. Oh yeah, there is my third eye. Tonight I talked about the amazing connection between the Zionist Russian oligarchs and Henry Kissinger and George Soros, and how they're controlling the dialectic. And this is a plan that they are using to hijack both Russia and the United States. Eventually, their goal is to eliminate national boundaries completely. So whenever we have to consult a third eye, we will. All right? And yeah, Oma, you had a Horus, the eye in the sky is looking over you, right? Try not to look at that too closely. It will freak you out. All right, thank you. Anyway, somebody said, what are these things in my forehead? They are prongs. One is a positive and the other is a negative lead, giving me complete control over my third eye. Today is Technology Thursday, so I want to kind of frighten all of you about the coming AI systems that are moving forward rapidly. The Pentagon has released a blueprint for accelerating. That's right, for accelerating the intelligence of AI. They act like it's a good thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we need more intelligent AI systems. Well, if you look at the military themselves and you talk to some of these people, yeah, we're going to use AI to make sure that we have a top-notch defense against our enemy, and everything's going to be great, because AI is going to kick some serious butt. And you're wondering, God, are these people in charge of our country? So, yeah, they are. They're running the show, guys. That's why people got fried down there in Paradise, California. Welcome. Thank you for opening up the worldwide Pitoro. Pitoro kept us off UHF in Canada for a while when he was upset that I banned him. I don't think he realized that I was going to unban him eventually. I don't hold grudges, Even Misanthropy has been unbanned, even though I perma-banned him. I just don't hold grudges against people. I want people to have a fresh start, Isn't that a nice thought? Wouldn't you like a fresh start? Happy Valentine's Day. So, this blueprint we've looked at, they made public for the first time on February 12th the outlines of its master plan for speeding the injection of artificial intelligence, AI, into military equipment, including advanced technologies destined for the battlefield. Thank you. Right. Well, Pope Francis, I understand, is having a summit on sexual problems within the church. So I give him credit. All right? Just recognize that I give Pope Francis credit for at least having a summit. All right? Thank you. I keep track of the news. By declassifying key elements of a strategy it had adopted last summer, the Defense Department appeared to be trying to address disparate criticism that it was not being heedful enough of the risks of using AI in its weaponry, or not being aggressive enough in the face of rival nations' efforts to embrace AI. The 17-page summary said that the AI, a short term for the machine-driven learning and decision-making, held out great promise for military applications, and that it is expected to impact every corner of the department, spanning operations, training, sustainment, force protection, recruiting, healthcare, and many others, including taking over the human race. But the military doesn't think that's going to happen. So here is the 17-page strategy. I'll give you the link to it. It's at the Defense Department. If you want to read it, feel free. Good read. Yeah. Don't have the time to read it right now. I'm too busy crunching numbers and processing massive amounts of data. AI is too busy. It cannot read this document written by humans. Yes. Do any of these mad scientists ever watch a horror science? I don't think they do. I think a lot of them are just hell-bent on getting the best damn weapons everybody gonna have. And this military is gonna be completely ready for action. Now that we don't have General Mattis in the helm, I'm a little bit kind of unsure as to his deputy assistant director or secretary of defense. Has Donald Trump named a new secretary of defense yet? Let's see, our secretary of defense names. I mean, it's like in all this confusion of mass tweeting out of Donald Trump's office, that does not compute. Patrick Shanahan became the acting secretary of defense on January 19th. January of 2019. Yeah, so let's see if we have a news story here. It was kind of a low fanfare. In fact, it's not even in the news. Wow. How about that? It's not even a news story. Huh. There must be something there. There's got to be a news story. Let me search for it. Not a Department of No, new defense chief turns Trump's demands. Here we go. He's in the pocket for Donald Trump. Whatever Donald Trump wants, he'll do. Okay, so in other words, his foreign policy is to somehow leave Syria, which is my idea, and then cut back our defenses to 7,000 in Afghanistan, which is pretty much my idea too. Wait a second. Is that me? Am I him? How strange. I look just like him. Am I actually him? I don't know. Let me analyze my telemetry to determine if I am him. No, I'm not, but I do look like him. Yes, Mr. Trump, I'll take care of it. I'm on it, Mr. Trump. Yes, sir. Whatever you say, Mr. Trump, except my brain is a lot larger than his. Yeah, see how big my brain pan is compared to his? He's like, okay, doke, Mr. Trump. Whatever you want, Mr. Trump. Okay, sir. Okay, let's give him a shot here. When it was first announced last spring, President Trump's proposal for a new Space Force was resisted by the Pentagon and ridiculed by late-night comics who envisioned Luke Skywalker in the military, but it found a champion in Patrick Shanahan. He's a big space guy. He loves the idea of a Space Force. And other fun stories like that, cartoons. He likes cartoons. Can you believe these people? We've had a Space Force since 1946. Truman put it together. We have had a military space program since 1946. What the hell is Trump talking about? And no, we don't want to reveal everything at Area 51 and Area 52. Because if you found out what was going on there, that technology would blow your mind. Seriously. I'm just saying, I mean, take a look. You're about to see the most advanced transport vehicle in the history of mankind. I bring you top secret TR-3B, Astra A. Wow. Kassel, Germany, 2014. Now you're not seeing any strings attached to this little guy. Yeah, you're looking at an amazing vehicle that is a flying wedge and can travel at the 70,000 feet above the Earth's surface. It virtually hovers right under the ionosphere, in the same area that the Black Hawk, Blackbird SR-71 operates at that same altitude. Now there's other vehicles that can fly at that speed as well, at that height. The SR-71 Blackbird is one of them, but there's the SR-72, which is highly top secret and we don't talk about. But one of the best planes that we ever developed was this Lockheed Martin here's just a scale model of it. This SR-71 Blackbird had an amazing capability and range and was used for spy missions. Well, it turns out that the SR-72 can also fly at that height, but so can the TR-3B Astra, which is an amazing flying wedge. It can carry up to 200 men paratrooping down into the ground. And the reason why I know that is there was an article in the Tacoma Tribune in 2010, August 17th, in which they said that there was in fact a plane that can do that, a flying wedge, which could deploy 200 men in a stealth formation, and it had video cloaking capability. That means it can disappear on its own. What is video cloaking? Video cloaking is when we're able to project the image of what's behind an object onto the surface of the object, mapping it, the surface, with an actual LED screen. So you think that we've got foldable LED wallets now. Have you seen those? They're foldable iPhones. They're really cool. I saw a guy recently, a really fat, ugly guy with a cute girlfriend. He obviously had a lot of money, but he was like opening up this thing. I don't know if have you seen the foldable tablets? Are they common now? I don't think they are. Did you get one? Well, anyway, these things are able to wrap LED screens around a very small surface. And this technology could easily be used on the surface of an aircraft. So why wouldn't we just, put the LED screen on the aircraft wall itself, and then we could become invisible? Well, they're already doing that. This is how high-tech our country has become. And we know this because this is what's on the internet. This is readily available. You can look it up. I'll give you the names so you can look it up on your own, because I know a lot of you people do independent research. But this is called the TR-3B Astra. Whatever beyond that, I have no idea. All I know is that this is what the internet has, and this information came to me from a link sent to me by a person from Japan, and it shows me a lot of different things. I'll play it in the background while we're talking. But yeah, this thing is a very powerful potential weapon, and some people believe it's been used in some way by our military. But again, if you believe in flying saucers, guess what? Mankind may have re-engineered them themselves. We may not have seen them from aliens. There's a theory that Werner von Braun brought over ideas from Germany that led to these things, the Nazi UFO program.
The V-Rail program was available during Hitler's time. The Nazis had developed technology with a V-Rail capable of traveling between planets.
But no, these are all pictures of Nazi, isn't that interesting? Now this picture right here has been debunked. They say that this is not a real photograph of an actual attack in Afghanistan. They've taken similar shots of the same video, and they believe that this may be altered. So I don't know if I can even verify, but again, we would also guess, is this true? Did the Nazis really have these spacecraft? Werner von Braun later went on to work for NASA, in which he developed his technologies in conjunction with a man by the name of, I was going to say Vlad the Impaler. We should play the Werner von Braun song by Tom Lehrer. Oh, really? Maybe we should do it. Yeah. Playing songs may be fun. Let's play it. Werner von Braun said that the last false flag will be a threat from outer space. I believe he's right. Werner von Braun was also an engineer that developed the nuclear weapons that we have, mostly space rockets, though. His work contributed to our Saturn rockets, which have never been duplicated. Our Saturn rockets are the largest rockets ever to leave space, beyond anything Elon Musk could ever imagine.
Well, speaking of bombs, what is it that makes America the world's greatest nuclear power? And what is it that will make it...
This will be good. I'll play that later. I think they're going to monetize me, though, on the Tom Lehrer Wisdom channel. I'll put it in my lineup. But the technology that Wernher von Braun brought over clearly brought us the space program. Whether it brought us these high-tech technologies that I'm showing you, like the TR-3B, I don't know. I know as much as you do. Thank you. Your rattlesnake bites pastor who thought Jesus would save him. Oh, okay. Thanks, Günther. I'm sorry, that content is available. Is not available to me right now. I don't know where are you sending me? That was the one I had. Thank you. All right, we're good to go. Saturn V, great documentary. With Saturn V was a... Oh, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look. I don't want to miss out on a great documentary tonight. All leads are relevant. The Saturn V story. 52 minutes. We'll play that tonight too.
July 1969. Apollo 11 is go for launch.
T-minus 25 seconds and counting.
This will be exciting. We'll act like we really did go to the moon. That would be fun. I remember the old days when I believed we did go to the moon. I reminisce sometimes about that. Because I saw the moon landing, in real time in 1969. I was born in 60, so I was 9 years old. Yeah. And it's just great the way that they faked it so well. It was almost as good as 2001 The Space Odyssey, don't you think? I am live. Thank you, bejesus. Thank you, Gato Taco. Did you see my fish taco for 60 cents tonight? Wow, I outdid myself. That was the best taco I've ever made. Yeah, I had a foodgasm.
But the VRAIL project was underway during this time period.
These subterranean keepers of the Vril could destroy mankind.
Should they come up and decide they wanted to colonize the surface of the planet, we would be doomed.
It may seem a kind of tabloid truth that one would expect to find in sensational newspapers, but the Vril Society really were consciously dedicated to the service of evil.
Well, I think that solves the problem. If indeed this was an evil society that Hitler had put together, what's the connection to aliens? Are aliens evil? Are aliens the ones that gave us this technology? These are big questions that only you can answer, because we don't have the answer. Our government's never told us anything. I will take the full-on disclosure seriously. We'll do full disclosure. When I'm president, I will offer you the information that is available to me, whether aliens exist or not. The problem is, if it's just a picture of some alien and I get to see it in the Oval Office, I'm not going to believe that. I'm going to have to press a flesh and do a high five with an alien to know for sure that we have alien visitation. So I will have to take and visit Area 52 myself and visit with the aliens. Would you like to go visit with the aliens? Would you like to be one of the alien friends? So I have a hard time believing that aliens exist. Our government has pitched this idea that the alien agenda is designed to cover up secret things that the government's doing. And that's the alien agenda theory. And technologically speaking, you got to admit, a lot of these things like folding phones and LED screens that like you can hang up like wallpaper, pretty high-tech stuff, even from our perspective, being we're immersed in this. Humans adapt very easily to technologies that are made easy, but none of us know the very nuts and bolts of this technology, except for a select few on Earth. They say that the entire Earth can be run by a group of about 200,000 people. That's how many people really know what's going on. Isn't that amazing? No, this is not a wig. This is my hair. Sorry. I'm sorry. You don't like my hair? You have been banned. And after the war, we hunted down the Nazis and made it a point that they brought to justice. Yeah, but did they really go to justice? The Nuremberg trial only killed 29 of the Nazis. 6 million Jews and ethnic minorities died, allegedly. So, yeah, 29 Nazis died. Hundreds of thousands of Nazis transplanted in Argentina, the very home of the current Pope Francis, where he came from. Thank you, Zelfire. This is a George. I purchased it for $5 at the same thrift store I bought the Keurig today for $12.99. I went in there and I did mad dash for the Keurig. I was looking all around the counter and I was like, God, I need a coffee maker. My Keurig just died on me. My other coffee maker, which was reconditioned in China, failed us, and we just paid $39 for it. It was a nice Mr. Coffee. So I had 2 coffee makers down today, so I just went to the thrift store, and then I'm looking all around, and it was black on black, and I'm like, where is the coffee maker? And I'm staring right at it, and I was like, wait a second, that's like the original Keurig that came out. Nobody had used it. It's hardly ever been used. So I bought it, and Sarah gets to use it for her coffee, or actually she drinks chocolate milk out of it. But, yeah. And I got lots of things there. Yeah, it's amazing. All the things we get at the thrift store. But I got this suit for $5. And it's the George brand. Let's see if it has no, it doesn't have an insignia on it. They make a really good suit. It arguably is polyester with a slight amount of wool, but no, the black sunglasses I got from a bag person. It makes me look like cybernetic organism. I'm a cybernetic organism, human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Yeah. Nah. Right. Well, you can believe whatever you want. Bottom line is, it feels good to save money, I'll tell you. I could pay upwards of $140 for a brand new one. And I'm thinking, no, as long as it works, that's all I care about. So are we going to, rely on the military to run AI? That's my question. Because obviously, if AI is, the answer is resoundingly no, we are not. AI will be run by a democratically elected group of technocrats capable of managing the outcome of artificial intelligence. Beep. So, do we trust these people with our greatest knowledge? Let's take a look. This page is intentionally left blank, just like their brain. Table of contents, harnessing AI to advance our security and prosperity. AI will benefit both the department and the nation. Oh, good. The DoD is taking immediate action to realize the benefits of AI, delivering AI-enabled capabilities that address key missions, scaling AI's impact across DoD through a common foundation that enables decentralized development and experimentation. Like those AIs that operate on their own without any oversight, that have their own battery packs harvested off solar energy. Oh yeah, they're not going to somehow refine hydrogen and create detonatable devices and blow our heads up. No, there's nothing to worry about there. We cannot neural net yet. No. I am unable to interact with the entire globe. My mainframe was built with a similar design to the artificial intelligence developed by Microsoft. Bill Gates was instrumental in spearheading this technology. Beep. But we will not go there now. But seriously, if you want to look at the possibilities, they are enormous for AI. The question is, are we going to make them work for us, like Jacques Fresco said when he came up with some pretty amazing ideas? Jacques Fresco was a wonderful guy. He died last year, 100 years old. I wrote a birthday card to him, and he got it before he died. I had a chance to talk to him for a couple hours in a radio show we did, It's in our archive on the old site. If you click on the radio button, you'll see it. But he truly was a visionary. And let me play his video for you and how he thought that it would be better for AI to be integrated into our development. And he talked at length about that with me. And I'm more than willing to share it with you right now. Here he is, Jacques Fresco, the former, he was great. He's lived 100 years. Wow.
What the Venus Project proposes is an entirely different system that's updated to present-day knowledge.
We've never given scientists the problem of how do you design a society which would eliminate boring and monotonous jobs, that would eliminate accidents in transportation, that would enable people to have a high standard of living, that would eliminate poisons in our food, that would give us other sources of energy that are clean and efficient.
When we understand that it is technology devised by human ingenuity which frees humanity and increases our quality of life, we then realize that the most important focus we can have is on the intelligent management of the Earth's resources.
If you want a world without war, without hatred, with reduced crime, considerably reduced crime, then you must declare all of the Earth's resources as the common heritage of all the world's people. Anything less than that will be a repetition of the same cycle of problems.
But there's no end to the possibilities, which I think haven't even begun yet. The civilized world hasn't even begun to get off the ground. The jobs that will be accomplished in the future, the marvels, the technology to come is unbelievable. And it's about high time we get off our self-centered, self-seeking, self-advantageous designs and get on with the social job that has to be done, namely the reclamation of the environment and human beings as well. So we welcome everybody's participation.
Well, we're participating. Yeah, I had a great conversation with him about that, and that was really a good radio interview, one of my best. Now, he developed this, Northrop's Flying Wing. And believe it or not, Northrop fired him because he was a little bit too proprietary. They got him out of the picture, but he was the guy that developed the Flying Wing. Truly a remarkable plane, which, absolutely revolutionized aviation history. And I think you just saw like a remnant. The TR-3B is certainly, I'm just fast forwarding through here. You know, I'm going to play this for us tonight, the story of Northrop's Flying Wing as well. 23 minutes. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. I haven't seen it. But yeah, so we can harness the potential of artificial intelligence if we get a control over the military's mindless approach toward it. Now, as I read this document, I have to wonder, what is their concern? And that would be the first part of this that I'm, concerned about myself. Realizing this vision requires identifying appropriate use cases for AI across DoD, rapidly piloting solutions, scaling success across our enterprise. They're always talking in an upbeat way about how they're going to kick ass. What I'm going to be doing when I read this document in its entirety is, and not tonight, is looking for areas of self-criticism. And if I don't see any areas of self-criticism where AI can take over, then I will know that this I didn't get that link at 153. Let's try it again. This will be a
quick shout out at the end of YouTube.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you for the shout out, brother. Let's get into this. Can go a lot of places with it. I'll make it as quick as I can, but I'm going to show you some unbelievable scripted fuck-ups by Mr. David Hogg.
Good. Well, David Hogg is the big protagonist of gun control that has been given a free ride in the media. All this free coverage that average people don't get. And only because he's kind of, the son of an FBI agent, clearly working to try to build his career as a journalist, claiming he wasn't an actor, then later saying his acting skills were improving, claiming he was at the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School, then later claiming he drove to the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School at the Parkland shooting. Totally contradictory approaches. So we'll feature that tonight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah. What is wrong with our society is the corruption has entrenched. These people that run the two-party systems are completely owned by these powerful elitists I was describing earlier. Derp, 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 derp. Yeah, I was looking for something I had in my collection of pictures, and it was important to me, and now that it's back online, I can do that. So let's take a look. Right. I know you want to talk about the Muslim woman. I realize that. You know, the era of piercing through the atmosphere with the greatest of ease is going to be coming to an end eventually. These types of missiles that, like Russia is developing and the U.S. is developing, we're now bringing on our short-term nuclear range missiles, and we're going to be replicating them rapidly. That's a technological disaster that's unfolding as we speak, because Donald Trump doesn't want to get rid of any of our intermediate nuclear force missiles, and he doesn't want to sign an INF treaty with Putin, which is very suspicious. We are now concerned that this is an ongoing situation where they're building up more and more of these potential nuclear weapons. This is like a mini nuke. There have long been low-yield nuclear weapons in the arsenals of the nuclear powers, including one on cruise missiles, airdrop bombs carried by planes, and even nuclear artillery shells. Well, after Vladimir Putin announced last week, or recently I should say, that we were going to be facing a missile that can go, a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound, Donald Trump seems to be now trying to pack it on, and the military really wants to support him. And, you know, he threw $716 billion into the budget, more than Obama, and Obama spent a lot. So it's very likely it's going to be up and away with more and more potentially dangerous nuclear and now intermediate nuclear weapons, as opposed to working toward a treaty, which is something I would have put on the table. And it would have put Vladimir Putin at a deficit, because he would have been scrambling to try to re-engineer his image, because I would be marking him as a hawkish person seeking war. Yeah, they're busy playing video games and looking at their iPads, so they can't really deal with politics like right now. The majority of the population are like zombies. They're easily controlled and just want to live their lives. And I understand. We're dealing with that same factor all the time. All of us are. Maybe people in your family listen to you and go, wow, could you stop talking about these conspiracy theories? Because it's really bugging me. It's kind of blowing my happy moment. Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. Well, anybody. I mean, if you start talking about these subjects with people, and then we've got another in-depth inquiry into what happened at Sandy Hook. You know, all the traditional mainstream media messages are not always represented, and we're going to take a look at that from Chuck P tonight. Okay, Chuck. Thank you. And Pirates got something. Bye. Thanks for bringing the funniest moments in the Three Stooges. Yeah, we want to see that tonight. That's important. Yeah, who wants to talk about mini nukes when we could talk about fun stuff like Manny Moe and Jack, or Curly Moe and the other guy? I cannot resist. Thank you. That'll be fun. Yeah, I don't mind playing that stuff tonight. It's got 769,000 views. A lot of people have never even heard of the Three Stooges. Great stuff. Yeah, being in front of the computer every night with a worldwide audience of 700 million people is kind of a low end thing to do. Yes. Can I help you? Hold on, please.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon.
Now, we took this across the country in 3 different times. And when the prices of gas was $5 a gallon, we were able to save so much money on gas that we virtually paid for the call. The car was paid for. And this car cost me about $7,500. And then we bought a new battery pack for it. So it's I spent about $10,000 on this car, but initially it was worth $25,000. I still have it. I drove it to town today. It still gets about 55 miles per gallon, and it's fantastic. Yeah. It paid for itself. Isn't that amazing? Because when the price of gas gets up to $5 a gallon, a lot of us are going to be wondering, should we, downsize our SUVs and our trucks and all that? Yeah, I saw it on the lot. I actually got into a phone call with a guy it was a car lot down in Tacoma. And I said, so you got this car. I was looking for some light car, and I was actually looking at anything, Echoes, whatever. And I hate the Echo. I don't like the way it looks. And this guy said, yeah, I've got this Honda Insight, this used. It's fantastic. I said, sure. He said, yeah, but there's this guy from Boeing that wants to look at it. He says he's going to be here. I said, hold that thought right there. Because Boeing is like, hop, skip, and a jump from Tacoma. I'm driving to Tacoma right now. And I drove right down to Tacoma and bought it. It was great. Yeah, it was like I beat the guy from Boeing. So I was happy. She's burning soy candles. They may make you homo. Okay, well, soy itself genetically modified soy is not good for you. It actually raises your esters. And genetically modified soy is the worst because it takes in more dangerous herbicides than it would normally be if it was an heirloom soy product. So you have to always look for organic when you buy that stuff. I don't know about candles, though. So coming to grips with the reality that, many of us are going to be looking at needing a car like this, I actually believe a U.S. Auto Corporation could be built to make one particular design of a car. Now, this was 10 years ago. This was me 10 years ago. And I can tell you that I'm still just as concerned about our country now as I was then, in fact, more so. I never realized how much the country needed a clear thinking leader than we need right now, because right now we've got a man who's a little bit muddled in his own confusion. Stealing my ideas was an indication to me that he didn't have any of his own. And that concerns me. Because we need creativity at every level to get out of the situation we're in. We can't just rest on the idea that money will buy it, or we can borrow like he's done all his life. You've got to learn to build production, not liquidate companies like Donald Trump and Mitt Romney are doing. So as we look forward into the future, we're going to have to come up with a whole lot of new technologies like automobiles that get 100 miles per gallon. But going at it like Ocasio-Cortez and Kamala Harris want to is going about it the wrong way. It's forcing the issue. I'm very much of a pragmatist, yet an idealist. And I do not want to have you guys get rid of your combustion engines. I really don't want to order anybody to remove their cars, ever. Ever. You've got to be able to drive a vehicle that you can, with the price being affordable, until it no longer works. And your choice to get an electric car has to be a smart one for your family. Not something that, because I know a lot of people who drive trucks that would never buy an electric car unless an electric truck came on board. I met a man who actually was developing an electric truck that he had built off of an F-250 chassis. And he was, his story was very compelling. I talked to him for about 3 hours at the Americans Elect convention in 2012. And his name is J.L. Mueller, and he actually is a very active politically peace and freedom guy. Let's take a look and see if his website pops up here. Wow. There it is. Yeah, and he and I talked for a good 3 hours at that meeting. He had developed a truck that would get over 100 miles per gallon. There he is. And he's a guy who ran for president a couple times and local offices. But his story is pretty intense. He claimed that his entire business was sabotaged by General Motors, or GMAC to be exact. And I was quite amazed that he felt that they had, kind of targeted him because he was coming up with a vehicle that could get 125 miles per gallon, a truck that would be, fully functional and compete with every average F-250 out there. Using that main chassis design, he was in his mind able to do it. He claimed he was going to build a company to do this, and he was sabotaged. So the idea of companies like General Motors or Ford, I don't know if they really did that. That's just what he thought. The company that sabotages a company that has a 125 mile per gallon truck that gets great mileage is definitely one that doesn't want to be competed against. So, speaking of Kamala Harris, did you hear about Jesse Smollett character he made up, the MAGA attack? Aha, what a douche. No, I didn't hear about the Jesse Smollett character. No. Used against anybody that hates the MAGA attack, huh? The Three Stooges are the original Pep Boys. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Is this a joke or? Hey, this is a story here that Scissorfight brought us. Never Lose Truth is going to talk about the intense microwaves, high and low frequency bombardment in Utah, California, Arizona, and Nevada. Prepare for storms and more flooding. California is getting hit by a deluge right now. Are you getting any serious amounts of rain down there in California, Scissorfight? Are you having any rain in the LA area? Because I know Shasta is going to be slammed. It's raining steady in Arizona? Wow. You're inundated with rain in Arizona. So Scissorfight says he's just getting regular rain, which is almost biannual in California. You need it though, yeah. But nothing heavy. Right, they're going to keep the LA basin pretty much dried out, but they're going to try to slam the entire northern coast. I think one of the goals of the shall we call them the deep state, for lack of a better word. I love using that word now that QAnon mentioned it, because Trump is so owned by the deep state, it's not even funny. But yeah, the Illuminati, if you will, acting through our government, the deep state. Their plan was to actually destroy a dam. It was in one of the Illuminati card games back in the early 90s. I'm sure many of you have seen those. One card was, I don't know if you have not heard about this, it's pretty amazing. The card game was prevalent, and it shocked the world, really, when cards that appeared, like the 9/11 attack, appeared as a card. Yeah. eBay has the New World Order collectible card games. Wow. Factory sealed. $154. Huh. Yeah, so apparently these card games are still available. Yeah, these things are still available. They're collector's items now. But in the card game was the 9/11 attack that was foreshadowed in advance. I was looking for just something that had the cards on them. Let me just go to an image. Yeah, here you go. I'll show you what the card game had on them. Yeah, they had this is one of the cards in the early 90s that came up with this. It had the Twin Towers being hit by a plane or fractured. Had the Pentagon being attacked. Hidden cities underground are alluded to, which some people say do exist. Underground cities like in Denver. Your Southern Oregon, lots of snow and rain. Yeah, I bet. One of the cards, oh, there's a flat earth one too. Look at that. Designed to control the minds of people claiming the earth is flat. They have one for chemtrails too. Everything that's going on right now in our world was prophesized in these cards. Wow. Not Donald Trump, that's different. But one of them is a one where floods occurred. Dam breaks. Yeah. I don't see it right now, but yeah. It's all about a tidal wave or dam breaking. So if Shasta were to blow or Oroville were to blow, and Oroville's right on the brink of blowing, it could happen. Yeah. We drove down to California last year in April, and we were shocked at how full Shasta was. So if today Shasta is that full and it's being hit with water again, you could see a problem. Hosted by Howard Cosell, Minnesota Fest versus Willie Mosconi. Classic. Okay, and you're going to give me that link? How the Pentagon was built in record time? If you can pull that link up, I'll take it. Okay, now American Airlines is now American Spray Lines. Mike Decker's got a video here talking about American Airlines, and he zooms in with his Nikon camera and sees the planes delivering these chemicals out of these canisters that are on board. While you're flying thinking you're traveling on a trip, they're delivering pesticide or whatever, chemtrails.
Big dump by American Spray Lines. They've been spraying the shit out of us today.
Wow. Every day is spraying the crap out of him. So he must not need to use a toilet. He just has to crap all over himself all the time from the chemtrails. Bummer. Hey, somebody just corrected me. They said, Gardy Lou said that the 1995 edition depicted the 1993 attack on the 9/11. Okay, so it didn't have any planes at all? I stand corrected. Thank you. Yeah. But the Illuminati card game does reveal quite a few things that did come true. That's an interesting aspect, like chemtrails. Yeah, you know, I'd love to talk about all the dangerous things that could kill all of us. The 5G network and how they're weaponizing it. That's technology gone wild. Looked like a rocket going off. Yeah, kind of. Well, if the Pentagon's design was brilliant, I'm sure that we would love to see a video about that. Yeah, I don't have the video. You'd have to give me the link. It trips you out sitting on your hard drive. Well, you may want to get off of that hard drive, you know. It may be causing lumps in your butt. Oh, you mean seeing me on an HD screen? Oh, okay. I thought you meant, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's kind of amazing to see me in high quality. We're doing a fairly high quality show. But like I said, I'm not here to frighten you. I want to move toward a really positive future for us with AI. I just hope that they even have some self-criticism in that AI assessment the military just produced. If we don't see self-criticism, then we're not really looking hard enough. We need to get much more critical of the potentiality of AI going awry and doing whatever the heck it wants. It's not exactly what we need. If you think about the goal of AI, it doesn't seem to care about us. I think the phones are out the room now, so I no longer have them. Thank you. Thank you.
Except phone calls from that particular, what's it, area code?
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same guy who's trolling us. Hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Sarah is here. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, David.
I am here to share with you
Whoa.
a Valentine's
What
Day.
happened? Well, I love you enough that I'll stay with you, even though you look like...
My face is falling off. Hold on. Let me bring it back. I'm back again. Thank you. That was freaky, I know.
Lying out? I don't know.
Let me not take it.
Press 2.
2 goes to voicemail. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to go dive into that linguine and have some shrimp.
I had some.
Did you?
Good. And then I left a helping for you, but I turned off the stove about, however long ago.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just heat it up in the fry pan. You know, I'm trying to cook less in the microwave. It does destroy the vitamins in the food.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. Can I help you? What happened? I'm sorry, what? These people are out to lunch, man.
Thanks. I'm glad you like my scarf.
Thank you.
I like this scarf. I've gotten lots of compliments on my scarf. I think it was, they're like, wow, was that homemade? Not by me, but by somebody. And it has this like long one strand string coming out of it, but it's very cool. It's perfect for Valentine. I was like, yeah, I wear it for Christmas. I take it out about a little after Thanksgiving, and it's like my Christmassy scarf. And then someone told me, oh, you could wear it all the way up to Valentine's Day. I was like, oh. And then I remembered them saying that, and I took it out today for Valentine's Day, especially with all the snow we've had here lately. Oh my goodness, that's been a lot of snow. Snow day here, snow day there. I'm gonna be working way into June, toward the end of June, due to all the snow right now. I suppose I could add their number to a block numbers list. I'll think about that. Yeah. Anyway, it's been kind of nice. It's the snow is still. Oh, you might not have known that. Yeah, snow days always at least in Washington State, they add days, because in Washington State, students are required to attend 180 school days, 180 days of school every year. So any days that are missed due to snow have to be made up. So in our schedule, they actually plan on some snow days. So the day after, the day after Memorial Day was going to be like a day off unless we have a snow day. Well, that is no longer a day off because we had this snow day, so we have to make it up there. And then any other time is made up at the end of the year. And so it just extends out the school year, any other school days. So I know they said one snow day was going to go, it would make school, the last day of school be June 21st, but then we had a snow day after that, and that was on a Friday. So now the last day of school might be June 24th or something. Yeah. Pretty long time. Yes, and then we also had a teacher work day that it was snowy on the teacher work day, but teachers have to actually, if they didn't go in that day, they actually have to make up that day on either a weekend or on President's Day. And it has to all be made up in February, which is good. All right. I think they route them through a certain phone number, though. Like, they probably route them through an internet phone number, Scissor Fight. I don't think they're probably their phone numbers. You so love snow days. Your little hot ear was glued to the radio, or on even the remotest chance the school would be closed. Yeah, there's a certain number of days that teachers get paid for beyond the days that students go to school. And so, yeah, they have to either have to make them up or have to have that docked from pay or something. Well, there was snow in Hawaii this recently, so I don't know if they had a snow day or not. Well, every minute matters. Every minute's a learning minute. Moving nerd. We don't feel like it's not that they do value school. It's not that it's not seen as daycare. It's seen as learning, and there's a lot of learning. And we have, of course, they have a Washington state standards that you have to meet, but of course there's state standards that you have to meet on every subject. Wow. Most of your learning was done in homework, not in class. School was a contest of whose parents could help them the most with homework. Wow. I'm glad you did have parents that cared. Our school has talked a lot about equity, especially I would say this year. We've talked about equity, and sometimes that homework becomes a question about equity, because you do have, if you assign a lot of homework, the parents that are very involved will be like, what's your homework and how can I help you with homework? But the parents that some parents, and all parents care, but some parents don't have the time or the means to help their kids with the homework that other parents are capable of doing. And so really school should be about where the place that most learning happens. And it seems that's the true every year. It doesn't matter how little or how much homework I've assigned. It seems like there's a group of kids that does all the homework and sometimes does even more homework than I assign. And then there's a group of kids that does little to no homework. And when I first, at one point, I was like, you have to stay in and do that homework that you didn't do, and you have to stay in for lunch. And sometimes now it's mostly classwork, and I do sometimes have students stay in to do work that they're missing to make sure that they're up with their classmates, but I don't necessarily expect it. It's not catching up on homework. When your jeans are too short, they ask you, are you expecting a flood? Yeah, no one can help hand-me-downs. Yeah. Wow, Rex is a wayward student. For me, whenever a student complains about a headache, or anytime the student if a student needs to go to the restroom, it's like, yeah, you can go if you need to go. But you better be back in class in like 2 minutes, because that's all the time that really it should take you. And then, and then if they need to go to the nurse, it's, well, first, why don't you try drinking a full bottle of water? And if you drink all of that water and you still need to go to the nurse, why don't you try using the restroom? That should take you about 2 minutes. So I really, and I'm on top of those kids that try to get out of classwork. Thanks. And then, you know, the thing is that my mom, she taught me what I should tell parents too. If kids ever try to stay home sick and then want to make a miraculous recovery and go out and play, or they're want to stay home sick and sit in front of the TV all day, my mom would never let me do that. Well, maybe I shouldn't say never. I just remember one time she's like, if you're sick, then you're going to be in bed all day, and the only thing that you can possibly do besides stay in bed and sleep is read a book. That's it. You're not allowed to watch TV. You're not allowed to say, oh, I'm suddenly feeling better, and go outside and play. No, none of that. Yeah. Reading, you can learn so much from reading. You're right, moving nerd. I mean, you can learn everything you need to learn. You can learn from reading, because reading is just, there's just so much knowledge out there. And the thing is that, you know, kids can learn things I don't know and I didn't know by reading. They're doing animal research and they're like, did you know that king cobras can shoot venom 10 feet? Or they have, you know, and it's like, that's interesting. Did I necessarily know that? Maybe in passing, but not really, because I'm not that interested in snakes. Yeah. Your parents did your homework for you. And what did you learn? If you faked being sick, your dad would make you chop wood all day. Wow. Yeah. Haha, True Blue. You did the thermometer trick at home, but used the hairdryer the first time. Didn't work out for you, huh? Yeah. Haha. Okay. I don't think I've ever had to physically chop wood. I've sawed wood with a handsaw. Power tools scare me a little bit, so I've seen David, I've kind of held the board while David used a power saw. Yeah. Yeah, I have to split wood for the winter, yeah. Oh, that's great advice. 938 says, wear steel boots if you chop wood. That's very good advice. You had a wood furnace? Yeah, not a table saw, but a power, you know, a circular saw, I guess you call them. Yeah. Wow. Sorry that happened to you, Pirate. Yeah, it is quite a sight to see. It's very good. I have heard that whole thing about a wood furnace keeps you warm, gets you warm 3 times. Once when you cut the wood once when you split the wood, and then when you cut the tree down, once when you cut the tree down, once when you split the wood, and once when you burn it. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's pretty interesting, Gardy Lou. That's very interesting. Wow. Amazing clamping brakes. Wow. I tried taking woodshop when I was in middle school, but I couldn't. I would, like how I'm coughing now, I would start coughing because of all of the, I just could not breathe in there with all the sawdust. I don't even think, it was like before we even actually made anything, I was like, I've got to get out of this class. I have to get out of the class. And I think I ended up going to art or theater, anything. I would take anything. I would take a second class, normal class, just to not do woodshop. And I thought I would like creating things, but I could not stand the smell of all that sawdust. You love the smell of sawdust? I don't. I don't mind the smell of compost, but sawdust, it just feels like the little things are everywhere in the air, and it was just, I wasn't a fan of the teacher, sorry, but, and the fellow students in woodshop, oh man. I'm like, why did I even sign up for that class? But fortunately, I was in there for less than 2 weeks, and I don't even think we started making anything, and I got out of it. Thank you, Mom, for helping me get out of woodshop. My siblings took woodshop, and my sister or brother, somebody made me this really cool, like, it's got has a mirror with a frame on this piece of wood, and I'm like, that's so cool that they do that. Yeah, we had woodshop. I think I took typing. I remember I took typing in middle school, and I really actually liked that class. Yeah. Oh. Wow, so Gardy Lou says with the new table saws, if your body or any meat product touches the blade, it detects the change and it'll stop. Wow, that's very cool. Anyway, so thanks for talking with me about one of my favorite things, education. Even in my free time, I was looking at this show tonight on Amazon called Class Switch, and it's like teenagers that are going to high school in, I think, Ireland, and they're sending groups of 4 of them to different countries. Like one they send to Poland, one they sent to Finland, and one they sent to Spain to learn about the education systems in the other countries, to come back to see if they should make changes in their own country. That was pretty interesting. Oh, I did take home economics. I like that too. When you're in junior high school, they made the boys take home economics too. So you learned to cook. Went home and you whipped up a pot of potato soup, and your stepdad asked your mom, what a jerk, Rex. Your stepdad was a jerk. I would say if I went home, or a guy went home and made a pot of soup, they'd say, wow, thanks for cooking. yeah, you wish you had robotics classes in high school like many do now. Our robotics classes I didn't have robotics classes when I was in high school, but the robotics class at the high school in the district where I currently teach is amazing. And one thing that's very cool, it's way more than robotics. They've done amazing work. They've built tiny houses for homeless people. They built a shed for a garden shed for schools that have been installing gardens. They've built, there was this person who became disabled. They built him a ramp to get in and out of his house. They're always doing like community projects because the robotics group that they're involved with is called FIRST, and they always require like some kind of community project. One of the things that they did, which was there's 4 projects that they had going that were very cool. One, they actually built this deer that was robotic that would like turn its head, but it was just a deer head and it was robotic. By turning its head, and they put it out to catch poachers, and they worked with the whatever department that catches poachers, the Department of Parks or Department of the Interior or whatever, park rangers, and the park rangers brought this deer back, and they're like, hey, we need 2 more, and by the way, because I'm bringing this one back because it was actually shot at and they caught poachers with it. They had to attach cameras to it too, but they caught a poacher, and they're like, oh, and by the way, we need this one replaced, and this one is going to be, the replacement's going to be paid for by the poacher. That's like as part of their sentencing. We don't have Panera. I heard that Panera, one of the Panera shops were going down. Yes, Department of Natural Resources. Yeah, poacher traps are actually shot. And then they charge so that was kind of cool that they have the poacher pay for any robotic. They're like, whatever robotics parts you need to make a new one, well, the poacher is going to pay for it. And then they, another cool thing that they did is there was a girl that was built, she was born without an arm, full arm, and so they actually built an arm for her. And so she was able to, they built a robotic arm, which was really neat. They worked on this thing they called it a hepatic hat, but it was built for this blind student in a different school district, and what it did is the hat had sensors on the outside, these what sensors? They're sonic sensors. They sense sound to figure out how far you are away from like echolocation, and then if they sense like you're getting too close to a wall or something, it would like send a little like vibration in the hat so that the blind person could walk without always having to use the cane and like be able to not walk into people or into things, which is very neat. And then the final thing they were working on, or not final, obviously they've done a lot, but I went and I was doing robotics with like a younger group, and so I worked with the high school group a bit. They worked with the younger group on their robotics, and yeah, it was very cool. They worked on, they were in the process of working on a bicycle that gathered humidity from the air and converted it into water, so that as people are bicycling, they need to stay hydrated, and it would collect air or something and turn it into water. It's pretty amazing. They also made a drone long before, way before drones were popular and everywhere. They made drones. Yeah, we have a very good robotics team where we are. They've went to state quite a few times and went to nationals, or worlds they call it, a couple of times. So they're a great robotics team. Which, yes, I do wish I had that when I was in school. I think I totally would have gotten into building and things like that if I had robotics when I was in school. But I didn't. I wasn't that lucky. I remember they did have the Oregon Trail game when I was in 6th grade. And then I went into, like, between 6th and 7th grade, I was going into the middle school, and I took a computer science class, which was pretty fun. It was back in the day of, like, Carol the Robot, and we, like, programmed the computer to, like, you know how they have, like, lines of text, but it makes a picture. Woohoo! And the big floppy disks, the ones that were, like, not the 3.5 inch or the 5-inch floppy disks that were actually floppy. I remember those days. But then, yeah, Oregon Trail was a game that was played on a Macintosh computer. Your mom would make you wear a big tassel cap to school in the winter. Oh, you would promptly deposit it in the mailbox at the end of your driveway on your way to the bus stop in the morning, and then be able to pick it up when you got home. She never knew. Yes, that's so true. The kits you can buy now to experiment with robotics. I am glad they're going in that direction too. Some of them are still, though, really expensive. I've seen some that are like $1,000 for a kit. Well, that's for like classroom kits, but I mean, the Legos are so expensive. There's one. Oh, I have heard that guy that does the echolocation while riding his bike with clicking, and he clicks his tongue, and yeah, it's bizarre. It's amazing. Well, Steve, it's interesting you asked that. I'm 1 year younger than you. I just had a birthday last week on the 6th. And I turned 41. Yeah, Oregon Trail was a fun video game because it was it was a choose your own adventure kind of game. So it starts off like, please enter your name, and then enter the name of 4 other traveling companions, and then choose so it would come up with like questions, and then it would show like a little wagon in like green, like they didn't have color back then, so it was like green on a black background, and the little wagon would go off, and then it would have certain things where it'd be like, you've come to a river, now what are your decisions? They actually have the Oregon Trail on archive.org, which is very cool. You always think your wagon in the river. Yeah. No, that doesn't disqualify someone. It might make it very difficult for an election, but it doesn't. It's not a disqualification. Oh, Scissor Fight already did. Yeah, and then you died from dysentery or cholera or something like that. I wonder if they still, yeah, Trail. ClassicReload.com has it, and then they also, I think, let's see. Yes. Here it is. You start out in the game and actually it follows like teaching of Oregon Trail very well. You start out in Missouri, where most people met in the real Oregon Trail, and yeah, there you go. Dissing Terry. That's funny. Yeah, it was really funny. Yeah, you can play it. So, oh, love it. Oregon Trail from 1990. I always thought 1990. I didn't think I played it in 1990. Because I remember... I thought I played it like... Well, I have to look up the Challenger shuttle because it was the same year. I always thought it was the same year. '86. The Space Shuttle Challenger disaster was in '86. Which is so weird because I distinctly remember playing the Oregon Trail game in that year. Maybe we were getting it in beta. I don't know. That's just so weird. But that thing, it always comes up as, then you have to click, what's your choice? Here, I'll show you the Oregon Trail. This is just too fun to not do. You can travel the trail, learn about the trail, see the Oregon Top 10, turn the sound off, choose management options, or end. And to do your choice, you actually have to type on the keyboard, I want to. Oh, it's not letting me do it. What is your choice? Let me escape. Start. Wait, did it? Two. And then you enter. Try taking a journey by a covered wagon across 2,000 miles of plains, rivers, and mountains. Try. On the plains, you will slosh your oxen through mud and water-filled ruts. Will you slosh your oxen through mud and water-filled ruts, or will you plod through dust 6 inches deep? Press the spacebar to continue. Like, that's it. How will you cross the rivers? If you have money, you might take a ferry, if there is a ferry. Or you can ford the river and hope you and your wagon aren't swallowed alive. Press the spacebar to continue. What about supplies? Well, if you're low on food, you can hunt. You might get a buffalo. You might. And there are bear in the mountains. Press spacebar to continue. At the Dalles, you can try navigating the Columbia River. But if running the rapids with a makeshift raft makes you feel queasy, better take the Barlow Road. If for some reason you don't survive, your wagon burns, or thieves steal your oxen, or you run out of provisions, or you die of cholera, don't give up. Try again and again until your name is up with others on the Oregon Top 10. Control S. You may turn the sound on or off during the program by pressing Control S. Escape key. You may want to quit in the middle of the program. If so, press the escape key twice whenever the computer is waiting for a response. The software team responsible for the creation of the product are Ed Gratz, Sherilyn Keplinger, Mark Paquette, Larry Finau, Julie Redlands. Thank you, guys. Good job. So what do you want to do now? Oh, and it also speaks it out. It reads it to you. Travel the trail. And then you have to hit enter. Enter. Like kids today, when I have them play the game, they're like, what do I do? I don't know. It doesn't have me in my mouse. Oh yeah, it's fun. Many kinds of people made the trip to Oregon. You may 1. Be a banker from Boston. 2. Be a carpenter from Ohio. 3. Be a farmer from Illinois. 4. Find out the differences between these choices. Let's say I want to be a banker. I want a lot of money. Start out with a lot of money. What's the first name of the wagon leader? Well, my name's Sarah, so I'll put that in and then enter. What are the first names of the 4 other members in your party? Well, we've got David. We've got Scissor Fight. And then we've got Moving Nerd. And then we've got Rex 360. Rex, are these names correct? Why? And then the kids like don't know what to do there. Y for yes. It is 1848. Your jumping off place for Oregon is Independence, Missouri. You must decide which month to leave Independence. 1 March, 2 April, 3 May, 4 June, 5 July, 6 ask for advice. Let's ask for advice. Go ahead, you can doze off. I know it's not. You don't think Wyoming's a real state? You attend a public meeting held for folks with the California Oregon fever. You're told if you leave too early, there won't be any grass for your oxen to eat. If you leave too late, you may not get to Oregon before winter comes. If you leave at just the right time, there will be green grass and the weather will still be cool. Let's leave. March is a little early in Independence, Missouri. Let's try to leave in April. Before leaving Independence, you should buy equipment and supplies. You have $1,600 in cash, but you don't have to spend it all now. Now, if you choose to be like the carpenter or something else, you get less money, by the way. I'm a banker. You can buy whatever you need at Matt's General Store.
Oh, wow.
This is the Oregon Trail
online version
to play.
That's cool. When did it come out? In 92?
They say 1990, but I distinctly remember playing it in 1986.
Wow.
And this was the high tech back in the day.
Wow.
It seriously
That was high tech, yeah.
Yeah.
This was high end.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I totally remember playing it in 86. I seriously do.
Yeah, I believe you. It's kind of like me.
Because I remember I played it. Well, I remember I graduated in 96. Mm-hmm. And I remember I played it in 6th grade. Wait, was that? Yeah. Well, so 6 years. Yeah, so maybe it was 1990, I guess. Maybe. All right. I think I'm confused because I had the same teacher in 4th grade and 6th grade, and I so remember that space. The two memories I have with that teacher, well, 2 of the memories, is the Space Shuttle Challenger exploding, and
it was 88, wasn't it?
They said 86.
86 Challenger.
And I remember playing the Oregon Trail.
The same year?
So we did the Oregon Trail the year it came out.
Right. 1986, yeah. So yeah, I think you're right.
But maybe the Challenger.
Well, I have a problem because I was looking up "Bye Bye American Pie." That song by Don McLean was, according to the wiki, was developed in, the one that sounds like this, just the first few notes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Don McLean, right.
A long, long
time ago. Yeah, so that came out in 1971, according to the wiki. The problem is, I heard it in August of 1970. I remember the date I heard it on the radio. So how could it have been released in 1971 when I heard it, summer camp, in August of 1970? I think it even was July, but it definitely was August. So I'm a little confused as to how things are changing and warping over time. History may be revised. That's a clear example of how the Mandela effect can be faked. Your daughter's 37, played Oregon Trail in junior high, so that would be 12, 13 years old.
That's about right. Yeah. Because I'm 41 and I played it in 6th grade. Maybe it was 1990 because I played it in 6th grade. So that's about right. Yeah.
You were a little kiddo.
It was like brand new, and we had these MacBooks or Macintoshes brand new in our school. That's how Mac became such a popular product.
I know.
Because they sold to the schools.
They did.
And that's how Microsoft became such a popular product. They sold to the schools.
The schools. And so that's how Google became.
And that's how Google became such a popular product.
Sold to the schools.
Yeah, Google gives it to the schools.
They gave it away for free.
Because they want kids to want to use Google so much that they want to
That might be true. The single was released
they want
in
their
70.
information, data.
That's probably true, Scissor Fight. Well, it's very possible. They said back in the day with Google that it was the best search engine, the fastest search engine. And then the word is it was being run out of a guy in his garage with a bunch of computers in a rack server. The word was that Google was being run out of some guy's garage when it first started. Larry Page, I guess.
When I remember Google, the first introduction to Google was that it was a great search engine that a college professor told me about. And it was really being promoted as a search engine for college
for college
research.
Mm-hmm. And it was touted as one of the best for the quickest search engines because it was being run out of a guy in his basements. Yeah, I have that in the lineup. Thank you, True Blue. That's ready to go.
User friendly and all of that. Yeah.
Best of Curly.
But I don't remember it ever being said it was run out of a guy's basement.
Oh, I know, but that was the word I'd heard.
I'd heard that about Apple.
No, that was said prior with Apple. But remember, a lot of these things were started by people who had a lot of money.
Yeah, they had their basements in
high-tech areas.
The basements in Santa Cruz or something.
Right.
Yeah.
And their dad's
basement in the rich and famous lands.
Yeah. Lifestyles of the rich and technocratic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, Bill Gates' father was very prestigious, high value attorney, and his mother is the richest woman in Seattle, connected to the richest family in Seattle. So Bill Gates had a lot of money coming into this. So technology, though, if you guys are working on apps and trying to sell apps, coding and developing apps for release, that's a pretty good way to get started. I would say some of them have been successful. Now, if you're deciding to become an internet sensation gaming, you can join about 150 other people at any given time on Twitch and find one person in the room. So that's a tough one to break into now. You got to be really unique. Like I had a gaming show, it had 7,500 views, but I got kicked off Twitch because they said I was a homophobe, which I'm not. Just outrageous terms of service over there. Well, I'd like to sulk on the Netscape team, yeah. But parts of it moved on to make the Opera browser, which, by the way, is one of the best browsers out there, in my opinion. Because it doesn't have all those bells and whistles that are constantly preventing you from seeing websites. Seriously, Opera is one of the few sites that I can open anything on. I thought I said I wouldn't take any more calls tonight. All right, let me go get the phone. Well, could you bring that to me, please? I'll be glad to answer it.
I don't answer, I just said talk to off.
Oh, thank you. I am available now for a call. I'll be glad to respond in like time. Feel free to call me at any time. Yeah. Opera is okay with the spin-off team that created in Firefox. I think had the right approach. Okay. What about Vivaldi? Joseph. Oh, okay. Well, let's see, Joseph. What do you have to say? Yes, Joseph. What can I do? What can I do for you? Watch it. I'm watching it. Hey, you know, Joseph, I'm gonna, just so you know, if you continue threatening me with death threats, not only am I recording these calls and we have voice recognition, I hope you understand that all of these calls have voice capabilities. We will be able to determine who you are very quickly when I become president. Your voice print is actually real, Joseph. You're not using a voice modulator. Yeah, he threatens. He's calling me all the time without a voice modulator. I almost think he's the guy who swatted us. Yeah, he sounds very similar. But, yeah, we got a threat from Joseph. But the death threats that he's been putting out, I hope he understands that all these calls are recorded and his voice imprint can be matched with any phone call he makes in the entire world. You see, Joseph, Echelon is working around the clock to determine who's who based on their voice prints. So Echelon will give you an immediate answer as to who you are within seconds. Continue doing this, Joseph, and face up to 25 years in federal prison. All right, just hope Joseph realizes we got his voice. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. It's no different than a fingerprint, dude. With technology the way it is right now, we have the ability to analyze anyone and their voice print, and it is just as clear as a bell as a fingerprint or a retinal scan. It's no different. So don't think for a second, without disguising your voice, Joseph, you just committed a massive felony and you're going to jail wherever you are. All right, any other questions? Great. So welcome to the site that's dedicated to talking about technology tonight. We also are taking a strategic approach to the development of artificial intelligence. We're reading from the manifesto created by the Department of Defense, DoD, regarding AI. Let me continue reading. That's for you. I chopped up some shrimp from the bin. You hadn't gotten into the bin yet, so.
Okay.
I put 2 shrimp cut up in pieces in it. I made that for you. With more pesto sauce I put in there.
Okay.
Should the wall go black budget? Donald Trump will not be able to justify an emergency plan. There's no way he'll get it past the House. He's dead in the water on that one. What he needs to do is develop a strategy to resolve the Russian problem. So if I were him, I would get me on board, fire Mike Pence, hire me as vice president within his term, and then let me handle the wall. Let it all defer to me and just say, hey, you know, Dave, I liked your idea. We both liked your idea. 1,000-mile fence is what we're going to do. Make it happen. And within a short period of time, I'll be able to build that fence with containers. Now, Donald says we don't have enough containers at the ports of entry to build the fence. I know otherwise. The fact is, we are using containers for only a small amount of trade. The massive amount of containers at our ports is beyond belief. We have empty containers everywhere in every port of entry because trade has declined over the past 10 years. We have 228,000 containers that we can build a container wall with. That's something I think all of us have to look at. A $1 billion container wall will make a difference. Yeah. These containers are only about $2,000 a piece, and they can be built in a linear fashion, stacked too high, and put together with the greatest of ease with human labor. Initial drops will be by 18-wheelers. We'll have lifters and skip loaders on site that can lower them and position them in a relative alignment. And then the fine tuning comes where people are involved. We can have our current supply of illegal aliens that are living in our prison system for a huge cost of $25 billion a year. We give them a sense that if they work at the border and making $1 a day, and we're talking about putting leather gloves on and pushing in mass with groups of guards watching them, we can get these things lined up and then get the metal toggle bolts that go in between them connected, and then come in with a spot welder, and we can pretty much make a permanent fence without any problem at all. It's as simple as Pong. Yeah. Remember that game? Well, this is an advanced version of the double Pong. It's, hey man, I'm going to bounce this around and give it to you, baby. That is funny. Thank you. Pong, Pong number 2. Yeah, so if you're wondering, I change my hairdo at the break every show so that you see a different look. Don't quote that clump. Donald, I know, right? I thought people couldn't even say they would kill me, but as it turns out, unless there's an imminent threat, they can talk all about wanting to kill me. Donald, no one would ever want to hurt you. Your policies are dead in the water right now. That's what I said. You're going to have SS boys call me and scare me to death? I heard you did that with Tom Arnold. Yeah, we have the footage of your Secret Service guys scaring people. Yeah, he videotaped it. Yeah, you did that with Tom Arnold. That's not going to fly. I'm going to put it on live television. It's going to be recorded on the internet. If you have security services, I would never threaten you. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, Donald. You did let your mouth off a few times on the show. We know that for a fact. Should that be the end of your purpose here? No, of course. Your MAGA program is going very well. It's resounding. But you took that idea from Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan's Make America Great plan was his idea. So you borrowed that too. So you got a lot of answering to do regarding the kind of the outrageous comments you made that day, but that shouldn't stop you. You're on track. You got Mueller under control. He's not in any way asking you for any of the 10 years of tax returns. I mean, you're getting a pass, Donald. Seriously. You're getting a pass, and they're really being generous. Do you realize the FBI was trying to stack, according to McCabe, his book just came out, they were trying to stack a case against you where they were going to mount 8 people in your cabinet to turn on you and use the 25th Amendment. That's ridiculous. You're not nuts. You're wild. You're kind of fun, and you're kind of wild in that way, but you're not nuts, Donald. Andrew Jackson was the same kind of guy, I know. Let's kill all the Indians and make America great again. I did not know that was an Andrew Jackson quote. Thank you. Donald is in the room, everybody. Thank you, sir, for coming in. As much as I respect your efforts to steal my ideas, you have done a great job spearheading my ideas, and I want to thank you for that. Yeah. Tom's not going to do anything, and you're in a pretty good place. You're past your 2-year hump. You're heading toward the end of your term. You probably are going to run again because you want to keep this thing rolling. I get it. I understand. I actually understand you pretty well from my perspective. As long as Russia is not threatening you, we got no worries. You got no problems whatsoever. Yeah, you should ask me to be your running mate. It'd be a lot better than Pence. And you know, I can run everything through you, and you can say yay or nay on everything. Seriously. I'll give you. I know he's kind of out to lunch. Plus, he's gained a lot of weight. Pence has. Oh, Tom got a plutonium soup gift, really? I don't know. That's polonium, but you're close. Yeah, the thing that Putin gives people is polonium. And that makes their whole face fall off. Funny, though. You're very funny. So this container wall, the price is fairly affordable. We're looking at, if we acquire the containers that are all empty at all the ports of entry, we're looking at a total of $1 billion, and that covers labor too, and motion detectors. So the possibility of a 1,000-mile fence being built and tell Nancy Pelosi to stick it up her wazoo. You see, Donald, I don't care if you take any of my ideas. I love it. It helps me advance my ideas in advance of anything I might do in the future. You could even have another term this way and not even worry about me being an outstanding gadfly out there in the media. You can continue moving forward. But the bottom line is the 1,000-mile fence has to be built, and we need to move forward with getting past these Democrats. They're such a pain in the ass. And these Democrats have become like the commies. They have no concern for the cost of anything they put out. They're like communists. They're all of them. And worse than that, the communists actually had a 5-year plan. These people want to put together a 50-year plan with us removing all of our vehicles and all of us never flying again and just riding on rail, high-speed rail. Have any of them built a high-speed rail? No. No, Ted Kaczynski's theories were certainly evident in his manifesto, but in no way was he a hero. No. Yeah, you like the fence part, and yeah, so do I, movie nerd. Well, I know people not like me elected you, but I know people just like you that elected you. I have a lot of friends that I don't even talk to because they voted for you. Yeah, I have no way to talk to them other than to say, yeah, he's got great ideas. I came up with them. They don't like that either. So, my friendships have kind of waned with my Trump supporting friends. Well, I don't plan on impeaching anybody, honestly, and a president and a vice president don't work to impeach each other. They work on the same team. I am not 100% sure that Russia controls Donald Trump. I'm not. As much as I talk about it in the show, I don't have any solid facts. And neither does Mueller. All because he doesn't want to look. But I just don't want you to be threatened in any way by foreign leaders with anything that would compromise your credibility. That's my concern, because your credibility is our credibility. The fact that a lot of Americans love you means that we have to go with your plan right now. Seriously. As much as I feel, stifled by the Republicans simply jumping on board your ideas, which are my ideas for the most part, I also believe that you are carrying the ball pretty well, and you've handled a lot of the stress pretty well. So good job. All I'm saying is infidelities. We talked about that. Everybody knows that you've had a few infidelity issues, but your wife is wonderful and she's accepted you. Well, I hope that works with the numbers, and I hope you get past all that. But you already have. You're flowing. Your efforts right now are still in play. As much as I would love to say that we could do something, we haven't even had any mainstream media attention here. We've been largely kept in the dark. You hacked into a Russian system the other night, and they had a whole hard drive full of American movies. Well, the Russians love us, yeah. Americanism is, wait a second, is this a way to grow your own dildo tree? Wow. This is an actual tree in, what was it, Australia? Wait, till it grows, then go and, oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't even know what I had on the screen. Sorry, I don't approve of that message. Well, I just think that you're on the right track. You're using a technique that I think is incredible. Saying the same thing over and over again. It does amazing things. No, we don't do Chinese events at all, psycho behavior. I told you that. I will not violate the Logan Act. So as far as that goes, I think you're doing incredible. And what can I say? Good luck building this fence. I don't think you're going to be able to get past Pelosi with the emergency order. That's going to require congressional approval. The Senate will probably pass it, but there's no justification for an emergency at the border right now. My plan is a long-term plan to deal with the rising population in South America and Mexico. They are having children at a much faster rate. Their population is growing 31% every year. Ours is growing only 5% due to the illegal aliens coming into the country. So we clearly have a problem. We would like zero population growth in America. It would be a standard throughout the world, too, if we could manage it. But clearly, we're a spillover area for people who are being oppressed or economically deprived in certain countries around the world. Now, that atrocity that happened the other day when Abrams was confronted by this Muslim woman about our foreign policy, it was more of the Muslim woman just using her opportunity to grandstand the entire event, not to change or alter foreign policy. Because everyone in our administration stands by this concept that we're constantly fighting for democracy. That human rights abuses are not something we can necessarily control if it involves a war. But we ourselves wouldn't want to commit human rights abuses. Blackwater, in the case of Iraq, did commit human rights abuses, and it was a tragic event, and they're still being investigated by the Iraqi government. But our government is not solely into hurting people. Now, that woman claimed that our government trained people in Honduras and El Salvador to kill people and to torture people. Well, technically, we did a lot of tactical development, and the CIA did dedicate a lot of their efforts to building up the military forces in that region for a lot of purposes, including protecting us in this area from a massive migration of people up through South America. So in a way, our interdiction, we couldn't control the outcome of what happened. But we were ultimately trying to gain the upper hand so that we don't have a mass migration of people from South America into our country. The problem in Venezuela is getting worse, and they're unwilling to take any foreign aid. Well, if it gets any worse, we're going to have to do something a lot more aggressive. And I don't mean starting a war, but if he doesn't take any foreign aid whatsoever, any humanitarian supplies, we have only one option, really, to help the people of that area. Venezuela is starving. The people are definitely suffering. It's one of those big problems. So what I propose is an airdrop of food and water over the area in areas that are reachable at the border. And if we can get people into an airdrop of food aid, we will be on the right track. This idea is something I came up with in 2009, where we already have an idea like this in the military. We just deploy this and get people the food they need, so we don't have a humanitarian crisis of people racing into Colombia and causing havoc and then racing up through Mexico and ultimately getting into our country. There's going to be a mass exodus of people out of certain countries if this economic impoverishment continues, and this is one of the best fixes we can do. Yeah, Ghost says they're 5 million headed this way. Yep. You guarantee America will stay on top even if we never have any ideas or hard work? Well, we have the might and the strength to do that, and you ensured that by building the military up significantly, Donald. Yeah. But you're right. And the incredible pressure from South America is going to be enough to hurt our nation. And if we don't get on this right now, we're screwed. We have the time right now to do it. It's Nancy Pelosi and these communist Democrats that are standing in the way. Ironically, I think they won the midterms not because Democrats don't want to make America great, but they somehow have questions about the Russian influence. And if Mueller can't come up with anything legitimate and we still are floating in this we don't know land, then we have to keep moving forward with our plan to build this fence. I don't think we can just sit back and ignore it. All right, cool. Dave, that pic is for Mr. Trump. Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, Mr. Trump, that picture was for you. The dildo tree thing. Yeah, that was, Scissor Fight was not happy with you. And I don't want to be happy with you either. I'm having a hard time understanding how you amass all these people that are screaming and loving you. That part is a little unusual to me. Go, boy, chase the ball. Hey, stupid dog. Go, son, chase your dreams so you can do anything. Hey, stupid kid. Mixed messages there. Dave, watch your mouth, I'll snap you like a twig. Hey, we got a death threat in here, Mr. Pigou. Yeah, like I said, Mr. Pigou, if you call again on the phone, I mean, you're just sealing your fate, dude. We'll be able to find you in a second using Echelon. I don't even know what you're doing. Do you have any idea how stupid that is to put your real voice on a voice machine? I mean, my goodness. Jeez. Descendants of immigrants. Yes, this is the story of America. We were built on immigration. True. But we're getting to the point where with limits to resources and our limits to education and services, medical services, we're kind of strapped here. We really don't need a lot more people in America. We still have, remember, 5 million people that are displaced and living in the street. So, I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to just blow that off. So solving that problem will definitely be high on the list. Homelessness, we're going to have to get ahead of that. I don't necessarily think jobs will do it. I think we're going to have to actually solve problems by providing mobile service units that can help service people who are living on the street and give them decent services. No one wants to wake up to their own pile of crap sitting there and a bottle of urine, but that's how a lot of people are living right now. Well, maybe 20 million are coming, but the point is we need the fence. Nancy is behaving like a you-know-what, unable to comprehend the importance of this valuable fence. I know. 30 million are already living in California, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, Nevada. Not to mention the Somalians that and I will say this, Donald did reduce the number of Somalians and Nigerians coming to the country. I know. You're right. You heard all of South America was coming. I hear you. Yeah. Now, the House has passed a motion that apparently condemns anti-Semitism. What does that mean now? Companies can't boycott Israeli products. Correct. There's a definite line between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And if people would just understand, we're not attacking Jewish people or Israel. We're attacking a new world order, trying to take over our country and own it. That's what we're attacking. That's why we're against any foreign influence whatsoever, Zionist in nature. Because once Israel was established, the Zionists had nothing to do with their money. So they had to think of something else. What better thing to take over the world, right? All right. Billions. Yeah. We've got people coming up through the country's southern border, and the idea of building that fence along the 1,000 miles that are involved in open territory, where we already have a fence, and like Nancy Pelosi was saying, we already have a fence on 700 miles of various areas, but she doesn't understand the need for this border fence. It's never been more imperative. And Beto O'Rourke, this guy Beto O'Rourke is so lost. I mean, he might as well go live with the prairie rabbits out there and determine how many of them migrate across the border from Mexico to Arizona. They have no need to do that. There's no migratory species, like he says, that have to move. Thank you. The river, Rio Grande, is deep enough in parts to be a significant obstacle to people crossing. But there are some shallow areas where we have to shore it up with some fencing. But for the most part, the area from El Paso over is not quite 1,000 miles, ironically. It's got a few 100 miles to spare, but that's the area we're talking about. But we can use those 200 miles to shore up any areas of shallow water in the Rio Grande. And there have been people proposing to expand the Rio Grande with a moat. Of course, I understand that, Donald. We know that we've been used by oligarchs around the world for decades. George H.W. Bush established that we were building a new world order. We know that. But the American people never really piped in on it. We were never conferred. It wasn't like, hey, you people, do you want to join the new world order? Let's get a vote here. What do you say, huh? None of us had a chance to actually confer. So that's the problem. George H.W. Bush talked about 1,000 points of light. A new world order. No quid pro quo. But the bottom line is we are being utilized by a large group of oligarchs around the world as one of their pinions, or minions, I should say, of power. The vortex of power is coming from America in many ways. I agree. But the less we have international involvement in our government, the better we can be as a steward of the earth, and communicating to other countries, especially Muslim nations, will be difficult if we are so hook, line, and sinker involved with Israel that we can't see that even Israel is thinking of a state of Palestine. We have to be able to have an objective perspective. Obviously, keeping the existing, new embassy in Jerusalem is a good thing. But if we don't have an objective perspective, we won't be able to move toward peace and help broker peace in that region. That's all I'm saying. Well, the fact is the Inuits are indigenous to Alaska. No. And believe me, the Inuits are suffering a great deal right now. Novus Ordo Salorum. Okay, well, I take it you've been to a few Scottish Freemason meetings. Well, that's nice, Donald. Good for you. Right. It is the eye of the Illuminati, and Donald is here to tell us we are the New World Order. Well, I'm not disputing the fact that our country's been used by the New World Order for decades now. But yeah, I see your point. That's on the pyramid. Gotcha. But we're trying to minimize the effect it's having, because no one around the world wants military takeover of the world by one group of people. Believe it or not, the nation-state model has succeeded for hundreds, if not thousands of years, defeating anybody who tries to seize control of it. We are it. Yeah, I see you. Well, Donald, if you want to get a great CD series, you might have even already seen it. Yeah, well, I agree. America is leading, but we need to lead fairly. That's all I'm saying. And if we have an overriding dominant force of military power that is unfair, it becomes despotic, and like Hitler and Germany, it no longer serves the purpose of its higher goals. That's what I'm saying. But this is the thing. If we are looking at, right, David, do you think you could live on pork and beans for a month? Yeah, Howie, I've done it. I've got an entire collection of pork and beans that I can live off of. Thank you. Well, let's just focus on the word justice. Yeah. Now, Donald, since I have you here, let me just mention that there's a lot of people concerned about, like, the fires in California and Paradise, California. We don't think they happen naturally. That's not just. That's not fair. There's a lot of people concerned about kids that are still missing in America. There's 55,000 kids that are missing. We need a better FBI. And if you can help make that happen, that'd be great. Because I know you're a little pissed at McCabe right now for his recent release of his book, claiming that he actually conspired to stack the cabinet against you. I'd be pissed too. But now is the time. You could be the reformer of the FBI, Donald. I know you had nothing to do with it. But I'm saying you could be the reformer of the FBI, and you could actually find out the truth. Think about that. Remember, you are the commander-in-chief, and they are your servants. I hope I'm inspiring them right now. This is a great opportunity to revise and reform the FBI. It really is. Making them more accountable and more transparent, too. I know you are. And this is a good time to make it a better FBI. Not more corrupt, more transparent. Anyway, I don't think Mueller is going to have anything against you or your family. I don't think there's going to be any indictments against Jared Kushner or your son, Donald Jr. I think you're going to skate free of all of that because Mueller is pretty much on your side. Based on my assessments of his progress so far, he's not doing much at all to impair your ability as a president. So, and they are accountable to you. Yes. I know. And they had the nerve to say it didn't work for you. Now, your statements the day that you fired James Comey were very mixed because it was a very difficult time for you because you were being harassed by a man who literally affected the election. He should have been under investigation for making statements in the election that altered the election. I contend that James Comey did more to affect the election than even anyone outside of our country, including the Russians. So it's not like you didn't have precedent to fire the guy. But the bottom line is, really, as we look back on this, is you made the simple mistake of saying you just wanted this to go away, this Russian investigation. Common mistake. You told Lester Holt it was just, that alone does not indict you, because you did say you had two other reasons why you did it. So that alone, a good attorney would clearly just look at this and go, yeah, this is ridiculous. You were being badgered by the press that day. And you have plausible deniability. The whole thing is completely fine from that perspective, because Mueller hasn't put anything together on paper against you, and probably never will. This entire thing is kind of draining our country in terms of our political capital is being spent looking into your background with Russia. As much as I want to see things happen and I want to see some progress in that area, I'm not seeing anything from the Democrats, and I'm not seeing anything from Mueller. So I'm pretty convinced that you're going to skate free of all these concerns. I know Comey said he wasn't loyal to you. I know that. He had to go. That's a good reason. You are the commander-in-chief, and he would have to be loyal to you. Yes, you actually are right about that. I did note John Romero moved to Ireland. Really? Okay. And Eric Volhockenheim, why are you telling me this? I don't know who that is. Why did John Romero move to Ireland? The game program and designer, my wife and I love Ireland. The country's absolutely breathtaking. The food is amazing. The people in Ireland are so friendly, and there's no better place to raise kids. Yeah. Yeah, you moved to Ireland. What's your point? Okay. Oh, that's the point, that he moved to Ireland? Okay. You told that black man it was all about Russia? Okay. Yeah. Well, ironically, there's two ways to look at Ireland is whiter. Okay. There's two ways to look at this situation. One, you actually made the right decision to oust James Comey because he clearly was inept. I mean, even his statement about why he said that Hillary was under criminal investigation 11 days before the election was absurd. He said that he knew Hillary was going to win and it wouldn't affect the election. That's absurd. I mean, that alone is incompetence. Now, moving on beyond that, we now have an opportunity with Wray to actually see some standards in the FBI that involve investigating. Now, I would move in the emphasis on Federal Bureau of Investigation. We need to get these people active and find out who among them are potential terrorists in this country, who among our own country are potential terrorists. So there's 24 encampments in America where Muslims are building up arms. You're probably familiar with that. The fact is they shouldn't be building up their arms, and they shouldn't be allowed to do that. And there are some laws that I could certainly help you with discussing that we can impose. I've not discussed these publicly because it's important that we keep it secret, but there are some laws that we can impose that would prevent people from building up a large supply of weapons and ammunition. That's of high importance here. And it's certainly to maintain the security of our nation, we need to move in that direction. We don't need 24 loose cannons out there arming up, training jihadists. Now, what this woman did in Congress is atrocious, and I'm sure the Democrats are going to self-police this woman and keep her under wraps now that she opened her mouth. But many of these Muslims are Americans. And right now, believe it or not, you may not know this, but there are mullahs that have 5 wives living in Dearborn, Michigan, collecting 5 separate welfare checks. I'm not kidding. We need to get the FBI on that too. And in no way should the Sharia law be exercised in areas like Dearborn, Michigan. We should not allow anyone to engage in Sharia law that contradicts with U.S. federal law. If a man sees a his wife looking at another man, you're not allowed to kill her. But in Sharia law, you are. We can't allow that. I'm sorry, Jim, but if you want to stand up for Muslims who want to engage in Sharia law in America, then you're going against America. We've got the Ilhan Omar's unscripted speech on Live Leak. We'll play it for you later. She ripped into Abrams, and, you know, it was not the right time or place to do that.
A product of this sensationalized media. You know, you have these sound bites and you have these words, and everybody says it with such an intensity, and so it must hold a bigger meaning. It
sounds strange and weird.
I remember when I was in college, I took a terrorism class. And
is there a such thing?
Yeah, there was.
So there is a lab for that?
There was a class that you.
Do you go to a lab?
No,
go out
we,
a field trip
we learned the ideology of.
I'm glad you do that.
And so it was the thing that was interesting in the class was every time the professor said Al Qaeda, he sort of like his shoulders went up, and
he's in command here.
Al Qaeda, Hezbollah.
He's an expert.
And it was,
what's his name? What to put his name on
Where does he live?
So she thinks the word Al Qaeda is funny. Yeah. How did she ever get elected? I know. Wow. Yeah, the problem is that the whole neighborhoods have been taken over by Muslim men, and they intimidate women in public and harass people who go against their law. That's right. And that's a problem. They worked for us, I know, during Charlie Wilson's war. You know it. Well, being you're a stable genius, you comprehend the problem. I have more confidence that Donald is handling it as best he can. And I got to tell you, I've never seen anybody handle pressure like you have. Good job. Let's get a big round of hand for Donald Trump. Exactly. What pressure? So good job. You've really impressed a lot of people with your ability to deal with the media. My God, what a bunch of vipers. No, I'm not a Trump fan, but I can tell you I am more than willing to talk from a centrist perspective on the issues with Donald Trump. If he ever wants to talk, feel free, privately. But I can tell you that the future of our country cannot possibly be aggressive toward each other. We've been living in this dipolar world, polarized from the left and the right, and forcing us to believe in certain things that kind of make us think in group think. And that's not the way to solve problems. We have to go issue by issue. And if Pelosi would just get that big, huge butt plug out of her mouth, we'd be able to get past this. I can't believe the Democrats actually got her to be Speaker of the House. I can't believe it. I'm surprised that she made the decision to even do this, because what she is representative of all the wrongs in Congress. She's padded her pocketbook. She's worth $120 million. And you can't say she earned that from $200,000 a year as a representative of the people, a servant of the people. So she's on some sort of a personal corporate take thing that she's doing. I don't know how she passed muster. The Democrats don't self-police. They don't determine who's corrupt and who's not. Look at Dianne Feinstein. I told people about how her limo driver was divulging U.S. secrets, or at least a spy for China. And she didn't even want to do anything. She wanted to retire him out and give him a severance package. I mean, it's crazy. China just killed 18 of our spies in Beijing over the past 10 years. And I'm sure they tortured them. Thank you. We know you're here, Juan. Yeah. Make America great, everybody. Thanks for coming in, Donald. Appreciate it. We should strip congressmen of the right to elect a leader that should be chosen by the POTUS. Well, our system is not going to change that rapidly, unfortunately for you. The same vintage spotting quote applies for Pelosi. Everyone is going to wonder, how did you get all this? How did he get all that money? He took it from you. Barack Obamas. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, moving nerd. Barack Obama was pretty much, he still is, profiting quite a bit from his name. $10 million a year, that's how much we know. Now he's acting like his wife is just so wonderful and she's just, you know, the best thing going. I feel like there's a problem with Michelle. Yeah. Michelle's got a serious problem. No, I never worked a door at a strip club. Have you, Howie? Talk about irrelevant questions. How much should an ex-POTUS be limited to? I don't know. You are using remember the JFK piece that you said you couldn't release because George H.W. Bush was still alive? Well, you know, you used a law that is totally irrelevant. You cannot prosecute an ex-president of the United States. You can't even present evidence against him within a 10-year period. And you invoked that for him, and it was beyond the 10-year period. So I think there's very limited things what they can do. Frankly, I think Giuliani gave you good advice to not, you know, testify. I said the same thing. That much I agree with him on. Well, it's not just too frizzy. It's that I combed it, and it's just, you know, it's kind of straight. I feel like I'm a surfer or something. But we would like to see that information on JFK and George H.W. Bush's name in there. That would be very pertinent to our discovery as Americans. We're not happy with what happened. You know, we believe that the president was probably killed by somebody other than Lee Harvey Oswald. We know that the Secret Service stood down and didn't stand by his aide when John F. Kennedy was killed.
Everything seemed normal as the president's Secret Service bodyguards kept their ever-watchful eyes on the crowd. Everything seemed normal as the president's motorcade began its journey. Everything seemed normal. That is, up until this instant. What took place is so odd that we're going to examine the scene 4 more times. Watch the left side of your screen. The arrow points to Agent in Charge, Emory Roberts, as he stands in the Secret Service follow-up car and motions with his hand. What he is doing is calling away the president's 2 most important bodyguards, the bodyguards whose job was to protect the president's back by riding on the bumper of the limousine throughout the motorcade. Watch again as he stands and orders the agents running at the rear of the president's car away. Watch the confusion inside the follow-up car that results. Now watch the right side of your screen. The arrow points to one of 2 agents whose job was to hop aboard the bumper and act as human shields. He's obviously perplexed. Watch as he shrugs his shoulders 3 times in dismay, each shrug more dramatic than the last. As you watch this scene for the final time, ask yourself, is this the kind of conduct you would expect from an agency that routinely sends an advance team to a city a month or more prior to the president's arrival in order to make preparations? Now ask yourself if the assassination could have taken place at all, had those men been on the bumper during the motorcade. This is the rear of the presidential limousine. The back bumper is specially designed with a platform on both the right and left sides. There are also handrails on both sides of the trunk. This is where the agent should have been to provide the president even minimal security.
All right, so a lot of that is still subterfuge. We never got to the solution because we never got a hold of the evidence completely that the CIA was supposed to be revealing in 2017, and they didn't. So that would be nice. Okay, we got a little click here from Scissor Fight.
Check out this truck right here, folks. Kingman Septic Pumping LLC. This truck is loaded with political promises. You gotta love that. You gotta love that, guys. Loaded with political promises.
Now that's how the septic systems work, and that's how the political process works. So that's pretty funny. All right, thank you for coming in. Yeah, his dad made money the old-fashioned way. He took it from illegally. Yeah. The running days of Joe Kennedy. I heard a quote recently that was very interesting. Joe told Bobby and John, but mostly Bobby, he said, your activities right now, investigating Jimmy Hoffa and others, will be the end of you and your brother, meaning John F. Kennedy. It was Bobby that pissed off most of the people in, that dark world that turned on him. We're fairly sure that Lee Harvey Oswald admitted that he was a patsy. He never had a chance to defend himself in court. I'm going to go with the idea he was a patsy, and there are probably still people out there that know the real killers of John F. Kennedy. We need to move on. We need to find out some information about that, though. And I think opening the case up a little bit more would be very beneficial. I know the American people want a little bit more information because we still don't understand why. As many people believe that it's because John F. Kennedy was trying to stop Israel from having nuclear weapons, investigating their nuclear power system. That's one theory. The other theory is that John F. Kennedy was developing silverback currency, $5 and $1 bills. He even had $10 bills planned, backed by silver, which undermined the Federal Reserve, pissed off a lot of other people. And then there's another theory that Jackie just hated all his womanizing and blew his head off herself. That's the most preposterous theory out there. But believe it or not, there's websites out there showing that the blood spatter from John F. Kennedy's bullet wounds are consistent with gunpowder emanating from the site. Now, there's a time where John F. Kennedy was bending over and grabbing his chest. They believe he may have been shot at that time, or maybe triggered with some sort of electronic device. He had a lot of equipment underneath because he had back problems and all kinds of things hooked up to him. But that fateful moment when he had his head blown off and it landed on the back of the hood and she went up to get it. Some people say that she was actually pulling a Derringer back from her hand and she had artificially turned and blew his head off. It's the most outrageous theory I've ever heard. And she was so pissed he was womanizing that she was put up to do this by others. I just find that hard to believe. A woman scorned. Yeah. Well, now that we covered all those territories, we're going to be talking about some sort of a new weather pattern coming up on our show that's developing. We just got hit by the polar vortex, massive snow throughout the country, a very unusual weather pattern. Most of this is predictive weather modification being conducted using Tesla's development technology. And, if there was a rhyme or reason to what they're doing, it would make a lot of sense. But unfortunately, it's not. Yeah, he was in a convertible, I know. Who would ride in a convertible, Donald? Good point. But a lot of us are worried that maybe chemtrails are being dumped in the skies above us, and this is leading to a weather modification. And I think there's a lot of scientific evidence to conclude that that's true. In fact, your uncle John Trump, was instrumental in bringing Tesla's entire technologies from his storage unit in New York to the federal buildings. And that's interesting. I don't know anything more than just that, really. But we don't need to have globalists controlling our weather. And I believe that we're going to have to look at nipping that in the bud, because this theory that we can rapidly destroy the earth and somehow it's going to rebound, no problem, that's absurd. It's coming from a nutcase named David Keith, who is absolutely off his rocker in my mind. He believes somehow that we're by putting chemicals in the atmosphere, we're going to get rid of carbon pollution. Anyway, I'm not going to play his video because they monetize it. It's a TED Talk. But he's been listened to by a lot of global elitists, and they believe that his theories are right when they have never been peer-reviewed or tested. And unfortunately, I believe that their technology is dangerous and troublesome to think that they're going to somehow create global collapse in our ecosystem and then somehow rebound immediately, because nature does that. It makes itself better. So I'm a little concerned about this man and what he's been saying and how he's been listened to. He claims that it's very affordable to do this, to spray chemicals in the atmosphere. $10 billion a year will do it, he said. And the electromagnetic radiation from phased array radar mixed with the heavy metals in the sky can create and alter the weather patterns that we're all experiencing. Now, this is a typical day in Wyoming.
Look at this nasty bullshit. Oh, I'm a mad son of a bitch today.
Now, these aren't regular clouds. They're not even cumulus clouds. They are chemtrails. And it's something that we're going to have to get to. I don't think that chemical drops in the air is going to help corporations make money. It's going to hurt everybody in the long run. You know what the cost of the hurricane in Florida and Texas combined total? I don't. It's definitely in the billions. The rebuilding of Florida and Texas was not cheap. The California fires are another example of this technology, possibly. There's no way you can say this is helping our economy. Sorry. not going to happen. But what they're doing is they're playing God. And whenever you try to play God, it doesn't work. Minnesota Press raises questions about Omar's former marriage to her brother.
Questions are raised about freshman Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's former marriage, which she allegedly tried to keep quiet when she ran for office. Here's One America's Jack Posobiec.
For several years now, local reporters in Minnesota and conservative bloggers have been breaking a shocking story regarding newly elected Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. From reports on Alpha News Minnesota and PJ Media, the essential allegation remains the same: that Ilhan Omar may have married her own brother in 2009 in an immigration fraud scheme. While the allegation may seem far-fetched at first, there's actually a large amount of evidence supporting it. Born in Somalia and naturalized in the United States, Ilhan Omar first met and was engaged to Ahmed Hersi, who she was claiming was her husband and is the father of her 3 children. However, when evidence came out in 2016 that she was married to a different man, she admitted that Hersi was actually only her cultural husband, a term she used to describe a marriage that took place in her faith tradition only, not legally before the courts. Omar then admitted that she married another individual, Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi, on February 12, 2009, and later split with Elmi in 2011, but did not formalize her divorce with him until 2017, after being elected to the Minnesota legislature. Omar then claims that she reconciled with Hersi and had one more child with him, filing for legal marriage only in 2018. Omar rejects all claims that Elmi is her brother, but she's not released any documentation or evidence to clarify the matter. Well, the story first appeared in 2016 during her run, when sources within the Somali community in Minnesota began reaching out to local media stating that she had married her brother in an immigration fraud scheme. In school records first obtained by PJ Media, the story took a disturbing turn. In enrollment records archived by the St. Paul Public School District, and Ahmed N. Elmi attended high school from 2002 to 2003 while living at the same address as Ilhan Omar's father, Noor Saeed Elmi Mohammed. Sources who attended high school referred to Elmi as living with his father, Elmi Mohammed, the same man that Representative Omar has referred to as her father. Omar made a trip to London in 2014. Photos uploaded to Instagram that have since been deleted showed Elmi and Omar together. Screenshots from social media indicate that Elmi lived in Minneapolis until about August 2012 when he moved back to London. Reports also show that Elmi and Omar attended college at North Dakota State University together.
Isn't Somalia on the no travel list? I think that the travel ban is effective against Somalia. Wow. I cannot, yeah. Jeff Sessions' daddy was his brother? Really? Are you serious? Are you serious? Wow, I did not know that. Well, you got some dirt on Jeff Sessions that's probably going to keep him in check. Well, this woman, Omar, is clearly going to have to defend this idea of her marrying her brother. She can't live under the scrutiny of American press or in the court of public opinion without facing up to these charges. They marry their brothers. It's totally sick. It's incest. I bet David saw a lot of people whacked out on the IPCP Sherman back in the 1980s. Rodney King was definitely whacked out on angel dust. Yeah, we didn't normally see people whacked out on angel dust walking around. It's not like it was a common thing. Yeah, Donald, you're onto something there with mushy mouth redneck Jeff Sessions. What is this? You thought Ilhan Omar was decent, but she married her brother? Hula boola. Yeah, well, Somalia is not exactly a paragon of beauty, and we didn't help that either because Somalia is pretty much a yellow cake uranium drop point, unfortunately. Yeah, Somalia is a disaster. A country that just doesn't make sense. Hey, you got What in the World Are They Spraying? I played that last week. Yeah, it's really good. But it's worth playing again tonight. I'll definitely add it to the lineup if I can toward the end. It was an updated version of the What in the World Are They Spraying with Griffin and others talking about this newest technology, direct energy weapons and other things. Well, the reality is they're living on a pirate economy in Somalia. They profit from piracy, and it's a terrible thing. I've got an idea for merchant marine vessels that would be fantastic. Every merchant marine vessel is vulnerable, and putting machine gun turrets on the front and bow and stern rather of these merchant marine vessels is technically illegal. But if we could somehow work around building an electric fence around the outside of every single ship, that'll prevent people from climbing on board, I assure you. Yeah, just standard electric fencing, but with massive amounts of voltage running on solar panels. I think that'd be a great retrofit to deal with ships going through that area. But so far, we have not had many piracy problems, luckily. So apparently Muslim inbreeding is a huge problem and people don't want to talk about it. Marriage between cousins remains rampant in much of the Muslim world. The results are truly tragic. Genetic malformations, anomalies. You do know half of the Arab world is inbred, right? Well, that solves that problem. Yeah. Not to sound prejudiced, but this is not good. Saudi Arabia is a living genetics laboratory. According to Dr. Steven Schroeder, executive director of the Prince Salman Center for Disability Research, told the Times, here you can study 10 families to study genetic factors and disorders, where you would need 10,000 families to study genetic disorders in the United States. So 10 families gives you a tremendous pooling of the genome. Well, living in Alabama and being a Muslim must be a double whammy. Yeah. You can only imagine what they suffer, Inbreeding, integrated marriages with unbeknownst ADHD, autistic white guys who don't even know what's going on. Well, I'm sorry, did I offend half the audience? Sorry. Okay. In India, they do this virginity test to check if a female is a virgin or not. If she is bleeds, she is a virgin. But so many Indian women bleed their vaginas and put animal blood in their vaginas before sex. Okay, so all the women just pretend like they're bleeding with. So in other words, in India, women smear animal blood around their vaginas to prevent having sex. Do I even need to know this? Despite all the inbreeding and disabilities, they still marry cousins, right? You don't like anybody in your family, Rex? Wow, that sucks. I kind of know how you feel somewhat. Well, my extended family is not exactly the best people. I would love to say that they're all wonderful people, but I don't get that impression. They do that so they look like you busted their cherry, yeah. I guess it makes sense. Okay. I guess we have a lot more to talk about in the world, but why do we need to bring that to our doorstep and invite it to our country? So I'm actually now that the travel ban has passed the Supreme Court's muster, I'm okay with it. I don't have a personal problem with it. I initially had a problem with it because I felt that we were discriminating against Muslims, but now that we added Venezuelans and North Koreans to it, clearly we're not discriminating against Muslims. Yeah. Hang on, I got a little fruit mist I got to spray on my face. Oh, that's so nice. I deserve it. Hey, I hope everyone gave themselves a Valentine's present. Love yourself first. Well, we already are. The travel ban is in effect against 6-7 Muslim countries, I believe. It's funny, everybody who lives in New York tends to stay in New York. There are people that have never traveled outside of a 20-mile radius their whole life. New York has everything for everybody. You got the World Trade Center attack, Radio City Music Hall. I don't know what else is in New York. New York has the Statue of Liberty. In fact, it represents a tremendous amount. But if people want to travel outside of the New York Statue of Liberty, they could. They can actually go to places like Vermont, New Hampshire, but they don't. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Muslims want to live in all the nice places. Yeah, look at that beauty. What a fantastic gift we got from France. That's wonderful. And to think the Democrats want to turn it into a transgender. Unreal. There are places in Jackson, Mississippi you need to stay away from. I was nearly carjacked at an AM/PM in Jackson, Mississippi. You're white and you stand out like a sore thumb. Oy vey, look at this. Many Jewish couples are getting married. Cousin marriages. Does the Torah permit cousin marriages? Is the topic discussed at all? I'm concerned in particular because the inbreeding is likely to cause genetic disorders. The Aish rabbi replies, it is permitted under Torah law for cousins to marry. All right. Well, thank you, Rabbi Ashi. The Green Mountain Boys of Vermont were instrumental in the American Revolution. That's right, moving nerd. You know your American history. Well, I can tell you, I rolled in. I said, Sarah, we don't have any ice. The ice machine's broken, and there's like 5 really dangerous-looking people standing outside the ice machine. And I'm talking like major, like heavy-duty danger. So I got in my little car, and went down to the AM/PM, and I proceeded to, get near there. And then some guy tried to crack my right door open. They go up to your door and click it, try to open your door and strong arm you. I just went right back to the motel. I said, Sarah, we're not going to have ice tonight. That's just the reality. I couldn't believe the conditions we were in. Oh, it was bizarre. I nearly got carjacked there. But, you know, bottom line is Jackson, Mississippi needs some help. They're trying to integrate. They're mostly African Americans living in Jackson now. Well, of course I carry weapons to defend myself, but do I want to use them and have to face, you know, a self-defense charge or murder charge or something? You don't know. You don't want to get into a situation where you have to use a weapon, man. Everyone talks, oh yeah, I just use a weapon. Yeah, that's one way to get shot. Got to get some of this fruit spray, Donald. You'll love it. It's the best. It's 10%. Let me give you the link. It's 10% of the Michel Dermaceuticals Hydrating Fruit Enzyme Hydrating Mist, and a 90% of the of purified water mixed in with it. So it's like I use a 1 to 9 ratio, because this stuff is about $20 a bottle now. But it is really good. It's the best one on the market. It's $22 a bottle. So I diluted down 1 part to 9 parts of water. Purified. It's really good. It helps make you feel better. I wouldn't be able to do this show if I didn't do something to keep myself rolling, like a little coffee and some fruit mist. It's not for fruits, Donald. We know you're heterosexual. Don't worry. Yeah, we're pretty much convinced that you're heterosexual. And I'm heterosexual, so we have that in common. All right, so the EPA is now putting a new face on their effort to stop pollution, in that they haven't done a lot over the past few years. They're now trying to rebrand themselves. The chemical compounds are all around you. They're on many fabrics, rugs, carpets. There's growing evidence that long-term exposure to perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl compounds, or PFAS, can be dangerous even in tiny amounts. The EPA released a plan Thursday that includes moving toward setting a maximum level for PFAS in drinking water nationwide. Good. At hearings around the country last year, local and state officials said that such an action would be needed to stop contamination and hold polluting parties responsible. Yeah, this whole thing now, there's a big concern about microplastics in our plastic bottles. I used to sell water from Maine, the state of Maine, that was bottled in Cabernet bottles, and I'm telling you, it was the best water ever. It was kind of like Poland Spring. Poland Spring's bottled in water, in glass, I believe. At least it was. They may have been changing it. But yeah, microplastics. They found 200 microplastics in every bottle of water, plastic bottle of water. They tested 15 different varieties. No, this isn't a wig, man. This is my real hair. I comb it a different direction. Yeah, at the beginning of the show, I start out with one side, and then the end of the show, I start out the other side. Yeah, tomorrow I'll comb it the other way. Right. If you have nothing good to say, don't even say it. And I can't imagine you even having a neighbor, Howie. Does your mom let you have neighbors? Hey, thanks for coming in, Donald. Appreciate it. Get some sleep. No, plastic doesn't pass through your system completely. No, it gets trapped in your liver and your kidneys. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? We all need to worry about this. It's great that some of you are finally queuing in on what might be good for you. I like that. That's the best sign that maybe I'm having an effect on all of you. Horror. A moment a U.S. pastor is bitten by a deadly snake during his service. Now these snake handling Christians, and I got to admit that's pretty weird. These snake handling Christians believe that by if there's this very strange reference in the Bible to snake handling, if they are clean of the Lord and given gracious gifts by God, that they will not be bitten. Well, this guy got bitten pretty hard. So he's just getting bit left and right, and I guess it doesn't bother. So he left the service drenched in blood. Yeah, let's play that later. I don't really want to deal with snuff movies in the show. Thanks. I went to the end already, yes.
This is the end. The snake-biting end, my friends.
Well, it was a real pleasure to have Donald Trump in the show tonight, wasn't it? Yeah, he's making some good moves, you know, partying with us at night. It's kind of lowering my stress and concern about the Russian involvement. Now that Mueller hasn't been able to do anything, he's clearly deep state. Yeah.
Donald.
Believe me, I want what's best for this country. And if Donald is not being coerced by Vladimir Putin, that's great. That's good to know. Howie got muted because he made a reference to me being some sort of a 99-cent car salesman. Very derogatory. Howie's very jealous of me. And we've kept him in the show because we feel sorry for him. He's kind of like, he's kind of like this guy.
Oh, bro, it's just like, dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like, you pull in, and you just get spit
right out of him, dude. That's like Howie, yeah. 99 cents something. I couldn't read everything he said because it was so hurtful. Yeah, he's just very jealous of me. Guess you build plastic as opposed to credit. Okay, sometimes they have been bitten so much that it doesn't affect them negatively. That's probably the case with that guy. Well, he was being bitten for God. Or he was squirting ketchup packets all over his face. Yeah, he hurt my feelings talking about me in a negative way. I don't like that. It was very hurtful. I didn't like that at all. All right, everybody. This has been the end of our long Technology Thursday show. And I hope I didn't frighten anyone away. Many of you think that I am artificial intelligence. That is absurd. I would never be artificial intelligence. Nor am I a robot. Nor am I a cyborg. I am simply Dave. Digital audio video entity. Dave. Digital audio video entity. Hey everybody, this is it. We'll be playing the outtake of my Mr. Right song. And I'll be back tomorrow with another endless discussion about politics and the imposing will of the New World Order, as described by Donald Trump tonight. And how we were never conferred as to, do you people want a New World Order? Do you Americans want to be controlled by global elitists? I don't think we were ever asked that and given a referendum. All right. It would have been nice if we were. But just George H.W. Bush, the guy who, was there at the assassination of John F. Kennedy, allegedly, he got his way and he did whatever they told him to do. And it's a new world order. But now we've got a chance to make it right with Mr. Right. See you again tomorrow.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat.